Good evening, everybody. I'm not even going to pretend that I'm close to start time. You probably can even hear from the voice. I'm tired. Um, it's just the weirdness in terms of getting work done, and I have not been sleeping well for one reason or another, which is a shame because, like, this last I don't know. I'd say the last week I've had a couple of days where I really intended to have like a day set aside to catch up on a lot of this stuff, and I've just been completely demolished rest wise, and I'm falling behind on them. But I do not want that to be a reason not to stream. So even if I wind up in a situation where I have to start a bit later, like today, I'd still like to make sure that we're covering the games, particularly Phantom Brigade, which is a game I'm very fond of, by Brace Yourself Games. I'm going to open it up. We'll talk about the developer. There have been a couple of developments with Brace Yourself, which I think a number of you will probably already know, but it's worth mentioning, especially because I am a big fan of them, and insofar as I can get the word out, I would feel good about that. But let's make sure everything's working first, and then we can run in. And I am kind of conscious of the fact that when I start late, the viewership tends to drop a bit. So we will enjoy our time together, however many or how few. All right, seizure warning. A very small percentage of people may experience a seizure when exposed to certain visual images, including flashing lights or visual patterns. These seizures may have a variety of symptoms, including lightheadedness, altered vision, eye or face twitching, jerking or shaking of arms or legs, disorientation, confusion, or momentary loss of awareness. Immediately stop playing and consult a doctor if you experience any of these symptoms. If you or your relatives have a history of seizures or epilepsy, it is recommended that you consult a doctor before playing. And Wise doesn't get any credit anymore. So, first things first. I've spoken fondly of Brace Yourself Games, who are the developers behind Phantom Brigade and all of their products, which of course I want you to all go out and buy at full price this very minute, specifically because you saw this stream and I said so. The only reason one buys video games today. But we are in the age of the influencer, as much as I hate that title. So, I was given a copy of Phantom Brigade for promotional purposes. That is my tea. Just give me a second here. But yeah, so I was given a key for promotional purposes, both the Epic version of the game as well as the Steam one. And I don't feel for this stream I should disclose. I don't know if I have to, but I might as well say it. There was also that Steam video, which I think most of you didn't actually get to see, judging from some of the reactions in that, but I was hired to do that as well. But specifically, the reason why I'm streaming this game here is because I was given a key from the developer, both during its early access period and the Steam version that I'm playing right now. I'm a huge fan of it, and I would definitely be playing it on my own time anyway, but it is important to disclose when you've been given something of value to cover the game. So it's not sponsored, they haven't asked me to say anything, but it's up to you to decide whether or not that is going to be affecting my recommendation of this game, which I can say I strongly recommend the game because I like it very much. But I also know that I'm not in a position to tell you what games you like, and frankly, nobody's in a position to tell you what games you like. I don't think Steam's in a position to tell you what games you like, although their recommendation algorithm is at least a bit better than the idiots that they have writing reviews. Obviously not you individually, person who's getting upset from me hearing that. You're clearly the exception. But I do not find Steam reviews informative. I'm not even talking about the aggregate. The aggregate is a problem on its own. But just looking at what goes into that aggregate, looking into what people are saying causes their vote, I don't see how it's informative. The worst one for me is oh, this game's only worth X dollars. It's like, well, my financial circumstances are my own business, and I resent the idea that this player can speak to that. Furthermore, I know that player is not going to go back and change the game or change their review when the game goes on sale. So it's not just that the review isn't informative to me, it actually affects my ability to make a decision when the game is on a discount. But anyways, this wasn't supposed to be a rant. This is supposed to be nice. It's Phantom Brigade. I actually also got to find out, so if memory serves, Phantom Brigade was the first key that I got from, I believe, the communications director. I do feel bad that people like Maddie, Vitran, Demi, I think I know the title for, but there are a lot of very nice people who, by any standard of fairness, would really shouldn't give me the time of day, frankly. And yet they have all been very supportive, and they have all been very generous with their time, their feedback, even just being open for a chat every now and again. One special thing about Phantom Brigade is I believe that is actually the first interaction that I had with Maddie, the community manager. So I think there's a bit of a distance between when she started at Brace Yourself and or was it? Because I seem to remember Phantom Brigade was Phantom Brigade or Titan? I gotta remember now, because I'm pretty sure Titan Ryan was sending out the keys. Anyways, there's kind of this nice milestone where, like, it's a first game. One of these two was like the first game that they started, and that was also the time when I started doing like a regular Brace Yourself day on the stream. So I would suggest that, the people working at Brace Yourself and making these wonderful experiences of us, that is the milestone that's actually worth marking. But it is kind of fun, because I do think that the community management team at Brace Yourself in particular has been very good about making it an enjoyable environment to play these games in. They're definitely the reason why I have heard about these games and why I've been interested in them. And of course, they're why there are other games on the horizon. One of them is actually getting a big update soon, Godless, which is under the Brace Yourself publishing label. And that brings me to some of the news related to this developer that I wanted to talk about. There's been a new Brace Yourself related release, and that is from Zen Studios. It's their game Pinball FX. So if you download Pinball FX now, I believe you get 24 hours of access to all of the tables. And then there's sort of this subset of pinball tables, which kind of come with the free-to-play game. Most of them you need to sort of pay individually, and they have, as you would expect, a little bit like real pinball, there's a number of sort of branded tables, so a bunch of Star Wars ones, a bunch of Marvel ones. There's a number of video game-oriented ones, so I was rather interested. There's a Gearbox collection, but the one I was really interested about was the Homeworld one. The Homeworld one really interested me. I haven't bought it yet. I just did the sort of 24-hour demo on it, but that was a really interesting table, because one of the things that's nice about Pinball FX is that while it is like playing a pinball table, they do not feel constrained. They do not take reality as a constraint. So in the case of the Homeworld table, the table will transform. So you'll still be batting around a ball on a playing field. It'll have, reasonable physics, modeling the behaviors and such. You can tilt and do all of the things that you would expect to do with physical objects. But the idea of sort of having going through the warp and having the table transform, whereas if you were playing something like, the Terminator pinball, you have a few different sort of images, right? Most of it takes place in the modern day, in the case of the Terminator pinball game. But there's also a bit where you shoot down a hunter-killer drone, the HK drones, which I think probably have all of 10 minutes in you know, the 2 Terminator films, if that. It's that sort of flying thing that's shooting lasers down on people. But anyways, obviously there's the modern day as well as the future take place on the same playing field, because there's no possible way that that table is going to be able to literally morph before your very eyes. Video game isn't constrained by that. So that's one of the things I rather like about Pinball FX, is that they're not completely untethered by reality, but when it allows them to do something interesting and ideally thematic, they're willing to do that. So with that in mind, one of the only table I've bought right now is the Crypt of the Necrodancer table, and I think it is a very faithful adaptation of that game, because I really enjoy playing it, and I'm very bad at it, and I am utterly convinced that I will never ever see it through to completion. So in that sense, it may be the greatest adaptation of a video game I've ever seen. But no, I actually really enjoyed it, and like I said, if you are interested in Pinball FX, I believe if it's the first time you've played Pinball FX, you will have access to all of the tables. So if you want to see if the Crypt of the Necrodancer table is for you, I believe you can get Pinball FX and make that decision. And then if you do want to pick it up, I think it's about $8 Canadian. I don't know what the US translation is, because I know the Canadian dollar's been a bit weak against the US lately. But you never know. But essentially, if the price of oil goes up, we usually expect Canada to do well. The Canadian dollar to do well, not necessarily the country. Okay. What else? Oh, yes. I believe there was also some news about Rift of the Necrodancer, which I was actually... this is old news, but I was sort of surprised. I believe Marlon is creative director on it, or maybe it's just director. Anyways, Marlon's got a very senior role on that game, and it's funny because I know Marlon as the video editor for Brace Yourself. It's actually possible. I'm trying to remember whether or not I actually met him in the local game dev meetup, or if I just know him by reputation, because I was actually talking to someone about video editing and they were moving to Vancouver. But I just don't remember if it was specifically Marlon, because it was like, I believe, one of the first meetups I ever went there. But he is actually somebody who's known in the local game dev community. And so while I know him as the source of the really awesome trailers that, you know, get us all excited for the Phantom Brigade trailers, he is actually somebody who is very much, again, somebody who's remembered very fondly in the city I now live in as a participant inside of the local game dev scene. And of course, it's always delightful to see people move up to bigger and better things. I have to imagine that, especially doing sort of a follow-up to Crypt of the Necrodancer, that has got to be a lot of pressure. But he is certainly a very capable person, and I have great expectations for Rift of the Necrodancer. But that project got some news in the sense that it will be coming to Switch, which, at least I think that's what the announcement was. It may be that that's old news and I'm only just finding out about it. But for those of you who haven't checked it out, that's the current upcoming title for Brace Yourself Games, and almost certainly they have got more things coming up, but they've not... as much as I try, you know, go into their Twitch chats and ask, what's your favorite unannounced game that you're working on right now? They don't fall for that. So, but we've got plenty to look forward to. So we've got Industries of Titan, we've got Phantom Brigade, we've got Crypt of the Necrodancer if you are on PC. You can also add Cadence of Hyrule to that if you are a Switch owner. And then finally, for those of you who don't have enough from that, you can enjoy their published titles, and in this case that will be Godless. Like I said, that's getting an update, Super Raft Boat Together, and Cobalt Core, along with what I am assuming are a number of other updates that'll be coming in. So, like I said, some good news. Oh, and of course the branded table for Pinball FX, Crypt of the Necrodancer. So like I said, lots of fun news. The other reason why it was nice to talk about Marlon was just a reminder that the local game dev meetup is actually going to be starting up again, and it's going to be starting up again in person. So I'm really looking forward to it because it has been a few years since I've seen everyone at it. And, you know, again, so the wrong reason to go is because there are some people who've actually worked on you know, fairly big, like the sorts of games you would have heard about. But it's a little bit like, I don't know, trying to interact with someone on Twitter or something like that because they are associated with something big and successful. You hang out because there's a bunch of cool people there. But it does mean that it has as a nice result. This was true for Vancouver as well as, but now Ottawa as well. It does actually turn out that it's a very good source of finding things that might be interesting for the broadcast, particularly some of the smaller stuff, because there's lots of really good games out there, and everybody's sort of fighting for attention. So this is something that I've definitely seen a lot of value in doing. Like I said, it's something that I liked to do in Vancouver. It's something that I've tried to continue to do inside of Ottawa. And again, I'm very much a guest in that space. I am not a developer myself, but I do find it interesting, and it does give me an appreciation for how much work and maybe some of the fun behind the scenes things that go on with these projects. So with all of that in mind, it does mean I'm very unlikely to be streaming next week. That's a bit of a shame because I was hoping to do a bit of Godless, but we will definitely catch up with Godless when I can. And then, of course, Phantom Brigade still has a special place in my heart. We can try the capital fight at some point, but I did just want to telegraph that there would be a little bit of trouble in terms of just getting everything. Maintaining the schedule has sort of been implied by the last couple of years. So it was true for a while. I think it was back when I was doing Cultist Simulator that I would have sort of a break for Dirty Rectangles. So it's, you know, for if you've been watching for a longer term, it's not out of character. But again, it's been a couple of years. Some people have joined, some people have left, and it's nice to sort of telegraph that. And obviously, I'll mention that again. If I do get a chance to do a follow-up stream for this sort of stuff, I'd love to do it. But I think at the moment, I really need to turtle. Need to focus on what needs to get done, and then hopefully that'll translate into some kind of a dividend for doing some other things. Okay, so I'd like to move to the city to deliver the mail, but we're going to have to cross Bjorn, a sparsely populated region known mainly for its agriculture. Bjorn is a commuter hub with very little tertiary industry, so we can speed things up a bit. I wonder if there's a little bit more I can do with my supplies. The experimental assembly is a non-starter. Really, I'm looking for a faster battery charge. Yeah, I think we need to wait on the rare components. I also have the option of doing the experimental assembly. I know I said I was going to hold off on that, but I think we're going to be at the capital before I get that thing built. I should probably clear out my inventory at some point too. I don't know. I think I'll start liberating this province, and then I don't know, maybe after the end of this. I'm not quite sure. Honestly, I'm not sure how to break it down. But here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go stealth when I can. So at this point, I want to close the distance on the. Oh, so there's a cache here. Unlocked. Now that the location is unlocked, you can salvage whatever is inside. You approach the treasures with caution, but the coast seems clear for now. What do you think we should do, boss? One of your pilots asks. Looks pretty juicy. Salvage. You can dispatch a salvage team to the site to recover any usable parts and supplies. Now that'll probably keep me in place. Nope. Interesting. So this is pure greed here, but we do get some points. So the base comes alive with the sound of boots crashing against the floor. In the hangar, an engineer shouts his instructions to the crew, and a pilot rushes to get changed. You keep your eyes trained on the battle console, settling yourself with a deep breath. Okay, so we have got, it's a raid, we've got 5 units. We're kind of facing them head on, so I think it's overall looking good. Now, the max speed is 28, so what I'd like to do if I can is shave a little bit of weight or gain a little bit of power to be able to make this stick. The other thing that I'm going to do eventually is I'm going to have to go through all of these weapons and say, okay, what am I keeping, what am I scrapping? And again, I've been reluctant to do that just because there are some silly things I can do, like having Vulcans on all of my units. So there is something kind of charming about trying to do that. There's no improvement to the mass here, I think. Although this does do better damage. Okay, so the Elbrus torso. None of the things on paper here indicate an improvement. I am interested, though, how much you want to bet if I strip out the light plate and give this thing an overdrive, this Elbrus torso is going to work better. It's plated 2, so that's a higher integrity. Nope, even here. Well, again, there's the reinforced plate, so I kind of need to... And there isn't an overdrive, so let's take a second. So it's got a hot rod. Yeah, I don't have reinforced plate, so it's and okay. The Atlas thruster might actually be the thing that sinks this. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, 25, that's a non-starter. And now we're down to 25. That can't be right. Okay, let's try that again. So I got a number of level 8s. So the Tsubasa is too weak to be practical for this unit. We've got an Elbrus, but the Atlas thruster is too tough. This one, it's got a flash point. Okay, there may be some possibilities here. Technically heavier and doesn't have the option of light plate. I think that's the problem with all of these, actually. Okay, well, it's life. So, right now I've got these nice VDAR legs at 961, but it does keep me at 27 as opposed to 28. So is there something intermediate that I can put on? It's a tall order because we've got, you know what, just looking at the fact there aren't new legs, I think I already know the answer to this. So these level 6s don't do anything for me. This level 8 is too heavy. Doesn't have a mobility module on it, but I've got 19.1 compared to 20.7. Yeah, the question is, like, what am I getting out of this? So this Nox arm is tempting. Why didn't I take it? Higher integrity. Lower level, but that's life. So now we're back to 28. Now here's a question. What if I take this... Oh wait, that integrity is lower, so... Let's find something higher integrity that still retains the... Here's a question. What happens if I drop the hydraulics? Okay, it's got to be hydraulics too. Okay. I don't think I'm replacing the Vulcan. So this one's better kinetic. Interesting. But the expanded magazine's really hard to pass up. That's going to be a hard one to decide at some point, I think. Let's take a second here. Now, the overriding concern at this point is the speed. Now, again, I am taking advantage of the fact that I've got the overdrive reactor inside of it, so what I should be looking at is something with a smaller mass. So this so here's, this is an example of something I would find interesting. So we've got this Nox torso here, right? Higher integrity. Problem is it's got a higher thrust. So one way I can sort of test how this works would be, this has got a focused reactor. Yeah, so the reach in this case takes too much of the power. So the reason why I like doing that is, actually notice I use the overdrive a lot. So essentially, one of the things that I look for in this case, if you ever wonder how a stat's going to be affected, I think there's an intuition that you can draw from this already, right? So you can take the mouse over. How quickly a unit can run depends on reactor power counteracting mass of the unit. Higher power or lower mass can improve this speed. You don't even need to worry about the mouse over. You can just sort of follow the arrows, right? So power, mass, affecting these two things. And I don't think it really requires, 6 years of college to, to be able to figure out that the lighter something is, or the higher, the more powerful the engine, the faster it's going to move. So when I have two things that are going to be affecting my speed, and particularly if I'm trying to make a decision that will maximize my integrity while still seeing that movement speed go up, given that this overdrive, like this engine is really the thing that's causing this to be so much faster than everything else, I can actually change that. The drawback is when I'm faced with something like this Nox, I guess actually this Nox is probably not the best example, but essentially when I'm faced with a candidate, so a good example here would be this Nox 1L, I can see that it goes from 20 to 15.9. Now that's a very substantial drop. Why does that happen? Well, again, we're comparing an overdrive engine to a focused engine, so you'll notice that the power is down by a lot. What matters, though, is that I can change the engine. However, there's also the reach thruster, which I can't control. It's fused as part of the torso. So in this case, being able to take out the if I had another overdrive engine, I could just keep adding it to things. I don't have another overdrive engine, so it's just as easy for me to take the existing engine and and compare it to whatever the existing unit's doing. And in this case here, the reach was taking too much power. So we'll do a similar thing here, and again, just because in the end I know I can move the reactor, but I can't necessarily change the weight in a meaningful way. What I'm looking for here is a torso that is lighter, but has the ability to carry a higher power value, or at the very least has only a marginal difference in terms of the power value. If I wind up losing a bit of power just due to the a different thruster, it's not great, but it's something I can live with. Okay, so this thing's equipping light plate. Now this is a hard one to deal with. So let's just say on its own, if we drop this thing, its default value is 217. Sorry, 217 at 13.1. So this interests me. Like, what happens if we take this Nox? There we go. We already have one improvement. I'm actually going to do this to the right arm first. So 13.1 and 3.11. This may work, but I think we can do better. Maybe this Nox. Almost. I think I'm gonna have to live with this. Okay, so the rest of this is going to be sorting out the remaining units. So we've got an MR2 Sharp. So on paper, this looks like a better one. Baseline certainly does more damage. So the question is, am I still under the illusion that I'm somehow going to be improving the concussion? Let's try. I think we're gonna transition some of these weapons. As far as snipers, this one does considerably more damage. And to be honest, the range actually isn't that bad either. I don't hate the idea of more specialization for this thing. It also gives us the option to... No, it doesn't, because they're locked in. Alright. We did have a better sidearm. Okay, for some reason we're working with the hot rod. This is actually quite a difficult one to work out because we have both light plate and the generator on it. Sorry, my bad. Hot rod's a thruster, overdrives the reactor. There's a lot more freedom in terms of some of the changes that I can make here. There's a lot of offensive modules here, so I'm not entirely convinced that we have what we need to replace this Elbrus. If it was something like on the margin, sure. I could imagine putting a light plate on it, but everything's in its 20s compared to the 14.9. Excuse me. There's going to be a lot of this. This may be one of my fewer than 3-hour streams, just because I may even have to put off the writing till tomorrow, because I think it would be better for me to get a proper sleep than try and push myself any further. But let's not count me out quite yet. Okay, we're at 9-1 with light plate. 13-1 under normal circumstances. So surely this is an improvement. Damn it. Yeah, so we didn't really seem to give anything up there. So if I can find a 13-1 to give up, so much the better. I need to scrap a lot of this stuff. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. We're not going to pay attention to arms quite yet. But I'm going to do everything... actually, one other thing we can do is legs. Okay, so this machine gun hasn't completely blown up in my face yet. I'm not completely convinced that we're gonna stick with it, but I don't think we have a better shield. There's no better integrity than this one, so there's no point in even trying here. And these legs. We might be able to throw the Mark II generator on this one. We'd have to give up the heatsink, though. So for, yeah, 2 integrity, that's not worth it. How much you want to bet I could probably put some light... Oh. I don't even know why I'm bothering. Okay, say upper body, now I want to sort by level. I gotta figure out what I want my cutoff to be. I think on average we are at... So we do have a couple of level 6s. That would imply not a whole lot of removals, though. So you know what? Let's actually go... You know, it's kind of extreme, but let's actually say 8 or higher if we're not using these things. Okay, I can't go by level on this one. I actually need to group them into types, but... So if I compare this burst rifle and this burst rifle, the only thing that this burst rifle is really giving me is the extra concussion. So in this case, I think we're gonna spike the... I actually want to double check the types of weapons that we're running here, but... the Herald is AR2 burst. Torrent... Lock. We'll start with this. Okay, when I look at the machine gun, so I want to keep one of everything in terms of my sidearms. So we've got an SGC Blast, we've got an HGA Spark. I should play around with these shields at some point, but let's go back to weapons. So I think I said it was the Typhoon I was working with. Torrent. That's different. And I don't remember what marks... Oh, right, we went to a sniper rifle. Okay, so we've got a baseline. Okay, so there's no argument to keep this one. I want to keep the Glory Dog just because the Alpine Glow doesn't actually give me a real... Doesn't really give me a... It doesn't give me a real beam compared to what I need. Ah, God, this is a hard decision. I think I'm going to keep both marksman rifles for now. But this baseline can go. Higher heat, less damage. Okay, and then our protector has got a big, beautiful 1682 282 shield. Let's make this easy. We'll get rid of the grays first of all. Okay, so we got 2 Ajax shield. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shields in total. The Ajax are on the lighter side, so there may be a question as to whether or not I want to scrap all of them. On the other hand, do I really think I'm going to be equipping my... I really don't think I'm going to be equipping my people with that. Okay, so we need to figure out what we're doing with the arms, but we also have a whole lot of subsystems kicking around, and I am going to need to figure that out at some point too, because I've got a lot of hollow plate sitting around when in reality I probably would want it for, you know, light plate. There's basically just a lot of subsystems which I'm not using. And I realize we haven't done combat yet, but this is long overdue in terms of a review, so the longer I put this off, the longer it's going to take at some point in the future. So, let's start by... Well, let's figure out what we're doing with the arms. So amazingly, I still don't have any light plate to throw on this thing, but we're at 28. So I guess the question would be, why would I think there's an improvement that I can make from the arrow here? You can see maybe an improvement being made here. Take off the hydraulics, it's a 369 out of 13. To be honest, this Nox actually may be that good. Okay, honestly, I shouldn't be questioning this stuff. I keep reviewing it over and over again. But it does actually seem to be doing the trick. Yeah, so unless there's something here, so it'd be 253. But where am I going to get that extra 9-1? I've already done that. Okay. So we've got our protector. I'll admit, I'm not crazy about the fact that I'm leaving such a skinny arm on it. We have gotten kind of close to losing it. But what have I got here? I got an 8-1. Yeah, honestly, it's not looking good in terms of... It's a composite 2 with light plate on an arrow. I do not see how anything comes even close to competing with that. The next best would be a heavy arrow, but that's already got its light plate on, so we lose 2, probably only 1 point off of that, if I'm honest. It is a fairly substantial upgrade, but it is taking one of my slower units and making it even slower, so I don't even think it's worth trying on this one. Okay, so it's a little disappointing, but it does tell me I may be a little more forgiving on the arms. Do I want to be? We'll try that for now. Okay, subsystems. This is going to be a complete pain. Okay, so if we have more than 4 of a given reactor, which apparently we don't. Hot rod, restoration charger, standard. Nope, it's not combining them. That's a little annoying that it's not. Oh boy. Surely there is a better way. So, what we've got here, I'm sorry, just to be clear on what I'm doing here, I've got a number of reactors. I'm basically counting for myself in terms of how many of these we use. So, for instance, we've got a hot rod, 1, 2, doesn't seem to be anything else down here, so, and these are, oh, hang on, those are reactors, so 3, yeah. So essentially, if I have more than 4, there's no point because I'm only ever going to have 4 mechs at any given time. So restoration, 2, 3, 4. Surely we can make this a little better. Okay, we're just going to count them. Charger, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Standard, 2, 3. We already did a hot rod. Overdrives, we pretty much want to keep as many as we can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can probably get rid of a few of these because we've already got them in our mechs. But whatever, we'll leave that aside. Focused, 1, 2, 3, 4. This doesn't have to be precise. I need to kind of clear out some of the spares. Okay, we got an afterburner. Doesn't look like there's that much. Okay. I think we already reviewed chargers, so I guess it would be takeoff. We're definitely getting close to the end. So I think we can safely say reactors, we're okay. Thrusters, we really don't have that many, so. Okay, offensive modules, that gets a little bit more tricky because you can put capacitors in, like, basically capacitors, capacitors, heat sinks, like all of this stuff you can wind up putting in different places. I've never had a need for left-handed sensors and such, so we'll scrap those. Defensive modules, I do prefer sort of hollow and hollow and light plate. I am actually going to wind up keeping the basic plate though. There are a couple of cases where that may be useful to me. I don't really know if I'll need the booster, but it doesn't hurt to keep it around. But yeah, I mean, it's gotten me a start. The fact that we've got 105 subsystems is not great. There are other things I should be doing with that. But I'll show you why I wanted to keep a few of these kicking around. So, for instance, right now this Elbrus has got light plate on it. So what happens if I go to hollow plate? Okay, we're down to 26, so we don't want to do that. We want to bring back the light. Same with the VDAR, okay? Is there an upgrade I can do here? No, we only have up to hydraulics Mark III. So, like, one of the things I could try would be weight reduction. That doesn't do it. What happens if I put a generator on it? That doesn't do anything. It's only the hydraulics Mark II, which means we need to give up some of the heat. Now the Aero 1L, you notice that we've put hollow plate on it, so we could get more weight if I do light, but why would I? Because hollow is still giving us our full weight. What happens if I get rid of the hollow? Takes us up to 27, which means I can't do basic, but you can see why maybe I might want to do that, right? So we remove the hydraulics. In this case, it's a very big drop. Weight reduction Mark II doesn't quite do the trick, so, and then same story with a generator. Basically, we're sort of stuck. Oh, no. My God. And that's the kind of manipulation I want to do to just try and sort of wring out the last little bit of performance for everything. So we'll do one more pass for the... It's like, here's a good example where, under normal circumstances, I probably want to throw a generator Mark II in it, right? Well, that doesn't actually seem to give us all that much, so we might as well go down to a 2. We've already got light plate inside of these, so we can't make this thing any better. So the longbow. We've got the lock sniper rifle, we've got the blast. We've already got light plate in this, so if we take it to hollow, we're down to 25. So we definitely want to keep light. Got a Mark II generator, so we can't improve that. The hot rod, I could in theory change the... I don't think it tells me what kind it is, though. Yeah, the hot rod is the one I want to keep. I could try weight reduction. I could also try a generator. So roughly the same. But once we go to generator Mark I, we can't quite cover it. So I have more hydraulics. In this case here, it would seem to make sense to... It would make sense to apply the better of the two. In fact, actually the weight reduction makes a little more sense because then I don't have to give up the heat. Similar story here. If we go hollow plate, we have to give up some weight, so we go back to light. And we've got a precision sensor. I don't see any value in changing that around. Finally, the protector. So it's a slightly different configuration, but similar principles at least. So this VDAR is currently using the hydraulics Mark II. That brings us down to 16, so that doesn't work. If we do the generator, similarly, wrong outcome. So we do have to give up the heat. I've already got a Mark II generator, so I think if we go hydraulics, that's not going to help us. Yeah. In fact, all that does is keep us from being a heavy. Now, I am curious about this heat sink. So we are doing pretty well in terms of the heat. So I'm thinking maybe a capacitor might be more appropriate at this point. Alternatively, what's the spread on that machine gun? 6 to 12. It's probably one of the more... It is actually one of the more precise machine guns. So I have a few options here. I don't think the heat sink is the right call anymore. The question is, do I go for precision, range, or hybrid? I tend to like making specific choices. I think this case I may do a hybrid. And again, I think we're going to have a same story. Yeah, turns to 16, so we give you light. Okay, we went for range on this one. Interesting. Well, how about in that case, one range, one precision. They just sort of balance each other out that way. Okay, we are ready to deploy. And we're not going to take that long to set up in future battles. I'm going to get a little bit better at scrapping as I go. And it looks like the enemy has a Vulcan cannon. Oh wow, we're right on top of them. Commander of the base is circled around the perimeter. We're ready to pick the squad up if needed. The enemy will hold the site if you do so. No identification received. Targets continue closing in. Reinforcements needed. Alright, so we got a few new toys to play with. We got to make sure that we're doing this right. So, first things first, when we take a look, there are 2 mechs with huge guns. So there's one on the bridge which is going to target the Herald, then the other one which is going to target... Whomst does it target? Okay, so it's Vulcan on Vulcan. There may be an option that I have here, actually. So let's start by moving this guy around. Okay, so that doesn't work. What I basically need to do is make sure I have something like this set up, and I can get a... I guess this is as close as I can... Nope. That's as close as I can get. So, for the most part, that's wasted. My alternative is longer range. Yeah, 21%. But I at least get to run it for the duration. So it's not my favorite move, but at least it wastes this unit's attack. Now, one of the other alternatives I have would be to move my Herald like this. Oop. I need to get a little bit better at the angles. One of my biggest worries is the fact that it's attacking from the high ground. So what I need to do here is sort of protect this unit, but ideally protect them in a way that like doesn't... Like, I prefer to avoid a move like this. Because it sort of just takes them out of the fight for such a long time. I suppose one of my options is I move here. There's really no point in doing that attack at that point. Okay, so basically we need to wait for this thing to cool down. I would prefer to be sort of terrorizing the battlefield a little bit more with this unit, but my hands are sort of tied here. Now, this thing is firing an autocannon, so I really don't need to worry that much about it, but if I can cause a bit of friendly fire, that just puts a smile on my face. So there's something interesting here, but I'm worried that I may wind up in the crossfire. I'm still worried about it, to be honest, but seems to me like we have an opportunity to get a really nice shot on this enemy, and I'd be a fool not to take it. I'm very worried about doing this because it seems to me like... Well, this unit's locking itself into... Hang on. Okay, no, the attack's still happening. So this unit won't be able to attack me right away. I'm effectively ignoring this tank just because it's not really going to be able to do anything to me. Okay, we're fair enough. We're safe enough to be able to run away if things get dicey. So, last thing we want to do is try and sort of take advantage of our own position to tip the scales. And I'm not gonna lie, I think there's something very appealing about just being able to open fire for an entire turn with a machine gun. So I would have preferred to do more with the Herald, but I think they're performing a fairly important function this turn. I should have double-checked that these are all autocannon. Okay, so there's some nasty business happening on the edge here. But we're about to take this guy out. I think we may need to wait for the sniper, but... If this thing survives, I hope it ejects and then we get the scrap, but there we go. So more damage than I wanted this unit to take, but I mean, let's face it, the ideal number for that was 0. So this guy is just finishing up his turn and that's it. So seems to me, well, especially because this unit's moving the way it's moving, we're going to start by letting that turn play out. And then we're going to move... I want that to be the shortest move that I can make while still having line of sight. Because I also want to move away. So this is going to cross over a little bit to the end of the turn. The really important part is that I don't get hit by the remaining attack. Okay, so this unit's going to be focusing on my sniper, which is fair enough. But nobody's going after the Herald anymore, so the Herald gets to sort of jump in and join the fight again. So I'm actually going to move this unit out of danger as soon as possible. Okay. I see some possibilities here. So what we do is we try and get an angle on this tank. Kind of turning this thing back into the tank muncher. So I'm not going to lie, I'm not crazy about that. Not crazy about that percentage. Okay, that's the sweet spot. I'm actually not sure that this is quite necessary because we already have a Vulcan working on that unit. So let's change it around, and we'll put the machine gun. We'll put the machine gun on this unit with a shield. I don't know if we'll have taken out this tank in time or not, but it's a good place to start. Yeah, wings toast. Amazingly, this thing hasn't dropped, but we took out both the tanks. So in this case, this cleanup job's pretty straightforward. I should be confident enough. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm just gonna go claim. Nope. It's crashing, not destroyed. Interesting. I'm assuming this seals the deal. So I'm going to be a little more relaxed in terms of how I structure this turn, because I do, if I can, I'd like a little bit of scrap out of this. Okay. Yeah, that did exactly what that was supposed to do. So this guy's going to eject, and we'll call it a day. The drone is a rough location of the crate, but we're going to need another ping to ensure it's picked up. Stay at the location to finish this. This is just to deal with any scrap on the ground. Cool. So it took us a while to get there, but that's a nice start to the session. We should have a bunch of loot. We should hopefully get our liquid gel filled up off of that. And it's our choice in terms of where we take the fight next. All hostiles eliminated. Site is now under control. Dendrian, good to see you. Because you mentioned pinball earlier, will the pinball troupe be making a return? That's a really good question. So first of all, for those of you not familiar, let's try and use the... so it is a I've got a separate parallel save which has the pinball, was it Pinball Platoon or Pinball Patrol we called it? I can show you the save in a bit, but that was it was actually specifically because of that pinball effects. That's specifically because of that pinball effects announcement that I built that squad. The only catch is that it's a little bit earlier in the playthrough now, so it's sort of two parallel dimensions. I don't know. I will confess I'm really feeling worn out today, so I probably am not fully in the in the state of mind to do that. But in terms of a general statement, yes, the pinball squad or platoon or whatever we call it, or patrol, will almost certainly be making a return at some point. Now, I did do a shout out for Dendrian, but I didn't tell you why. Dendrian is, first of all, an absolute joy to have inside of chat. But actually, one major reason why I can recommend Dendrian to all of you is they're a broadcaster who really appreciates lurkers. And so for those of you who do enjoy this broadcast because of, you know, the ability to sort of put something on in the background, enjoy some sounds, enjoy some conversation, I would definitely say that you should be checking out Dendrian. I get the impression that you've recently started on Twitch. I could be wrong with that, though. I can't even remember the statement that you made that made me feel that. But yeah, no, I was gonna say, like, there's one of the things I like to do with the shoutouts, because again, the rhetoric of Twitch is sort of everything is the best ever, and therefore nothing is special anymore. It's not only a few months now. Well, certainly a lot better than I was in a few months. But no, like, it's nice to sort of give people an idea in terms of what they might be interested in, especially for broadcasts that maybe things that I don't necessarily watch for myself. I'm never going to use a gray arm, so I might as well scrap those right away. It is really nice to be able to just sort of say, hey, this is what this broadcaster does. Here's why you might like it. Here's some qualities that I have that you may be watching me for that they have. But sometimes for some people, they're completely different, but they're a lot of fun to hang out with. So, for instance, Outworld is a broadcaster who does speedruns of Mortal Kombat. Fighting games are one of the few types of games that I've never really been able to get a grip on. But he's somebody I've known for a very long time on Twitch. So, for that reason, he's somebody I like hosting and things like that. In the case of Dendrian, it's a very easy recommendation to make, just because I think they have the qualities that, are ones that I've heard as compliments of my own broadcast. So, hopefully a few of you will check out Dendrian stream. And no problem. Like I said, it is a pleasure to have you inside of chat, and obviously it's a lot of fun to hang out in your place as well. So, all right. So as always, we're going to grab the colored items first, then the low-cost scrap, and then finally anything else that's left over. All right, we're already at the max. So the pinball save is right here. So we'll be making a return at some point. And I think let's just follow the province in a sensible way. We'll turn back onto cruise so we can repair a little bit, and then we'll crash into the camp as soon as we can. Got a ton of scrap based on our activities. Okay, there's a battle site, but I think we're going to focus on the camp first. Okay, a couple patrols, so I'm actually changing up the strategy. So, stealth now. Those patrols don't know where I am, so the longer I can bamboozle them, the safer I am. We're going to run out of battery soon, but the hope is it will be too late for them to do anything when the time comes. Now, Dendrian, I gotta ask you, do you watch Succession at all? I heard there's a lot of very good writing in it. For those of you who are fans of British comedy, I think Jesse Armstrong is one of the showrunners on it. And I know he, for a while, I can't remember exactly what his role was, but I do believe he wrote for The Thick of It, which is the TV show the movie In the Loop was based off of. And for those of you who don't know what that movie is, if you've ever seen a video of a very sweary Doctor Who, Peter Capaldi, that's the movie, or the TV series. So there's a lot of very good lines in Succession, but There's one that I've been quietly repeating to myself basically since Sunday. And I'm desperately trying to find someone else to to share the moment with. Alright, take them out. You followed a distress signal put out by the Home Guard to squash some enemy forces at this battle site. One of your pilots is jumpy. They mean business, Commander. They really want to win this war. Another shrugs. I reckon we can take him. What do you think, boss? So this is, obviously we want to clear the battle site. So I don't think we need to worry about these reinforcements. Because again, we've got five units on the ground, and we'll have reinforcements from 3 Home Guard units. Oh, hang on. We did get some new items, so let's at least verify that these are things we're not using. Yet another Vulcan. See, this would be very good if it wasn't such a heat-based axe. There's a sidearm, huh? Yeah, I don't think we're going to be replacing these Vidar legs anytime soon. Weirdly enough, these Asgard heavy legs seem to be doing the trick. But they're not as... like, it's 28 and 28, basically. So this is, weirdly enough, a downgrade. Okay, definitely some possibilities with this Nox. So we're 274, 324. Actually, looks like the existing arrow is slightly better. You do, but not the latest season yet. Okay. Well, I haven't had cause to use it, but I will just tell you the phrase, speculating in a comic mode. That statement will appear at some point in Season 4. I think that is a beautiful turn of phrase. But let it be known here and henceforth that all future statements shall be speculation in a comic mode. Okay, am I finally going to replace this Vulcan? So the new Vulcan has a slower projectile speed, equal heat generation. Okay, yeah, so one's got the accelerator, the other one's got the demolition payload. Slight difference in range. So let's just ignore the impact. I like the impact. But once we start measuring impact in the thousands, I don't think there are going to be any buildings that pose a challenge. So yeah, I feel like the projectile speed is what we want to focus on here. So we're going to scrap the new Vulcan. I'll do that right now, actually, before I lose my mind. Okay, we already did this generator business. Okay, so nothing for the legs. We don't lose too much with this Nox improved cooling compared to composite. I think I'm actually going to put the improved cooling on. I don't see a whole lot of changes happening here. Well, this is actually an improvement integrity-wise, so this is why we do this exercise. So what I'm curious about now is, does the generator push us over the top? It does not. If I throw the hydraulics on... Aha! There we go. So not only do we have more survivability for this unit, but we actually got, I believe it went from 19 to 21, so that's 2 units of speed. Now I'm a little less optimistic about what the longbow is going to be able to pull off, but I've been surprised before. So first of all, I don't see too much happening with these legs. We'd have to replace an 809. So again, the Asgard's kind of interesting, but okay, so if I get rid of the weight reduction, well, we've already got a Mark II on it, so like for a difference of 8 in terms of the weight. But then again, like, what am I really gaining here, right? I'm putting a... Yeah, no, screw it. We'll keep the old one. Okay, so this seems like a strict improvement. Well, it's not as much because we don't have the barrier, but I should probably be valuing barriers a little bit more, but let's start by putting that Nox on. That's a left arm, so yeah, that's fine. This has already got light plate, so that's not working. And I don't see anything replacing this arm. I mean, there's a little bit we can play around with, but I think it's a little bit like the legs. There's just not that much for us to replace at the end of the day. Okay, so the hand-me-downs go to the Protector. We didn't get a new machine gun, we didn't get a new shield, the torso's the torso. I'm a little surprised we haven't been able to switch out the legs. So we've got 548, remembering this is sort of the tank. Oh, now this is interesting. So if we put these Asgard legs on, we do have a heat problem. But if I give this either a Mark II generator or something else... Jesus, okay. It's harder than I thought. Yeah, that turned me into a medium, so I can't have that. Okay, that's fine. Skinny arm for the shield arm. Man, that's a really skinny arm. I think we can actually afford to throw this one on. Oh, hang on. No, we're almost certainly going to go down to 16. Let's confirm it, though. Yeah. And then this heavy arm doesn't have any ready replacements. Okay. So I'm going to give up those Elbrus... Well, maybe we won't give up the Elbrus legs, but... On to the battle. I don't think I wound up giving my team the livery after the battle, but that's fine. We'll do it after we liberate this province. It is still sometimes fun to have the Phantom Brigade look like it's put together from salvage, so I don't want to be too careful with the livery. Sierra 2 on the field. What's taking you so long here? Surround them and finish them off. Okay, so first of all, what are we up against? I didn't really do that review the last time. So we've got Marksman. That's one I'm probably going to have to worry about. Marksman and Sniper. Okay, so a lot of long-range units. That is something I'm going to have to keep an eye on. We've got a tank with an assault rifle, which is going to be inconvenient, and then a tank with an autocannon. So the autocannon I can sort of afford to ignore for a little while. So, Marksman's heading after the Herald, which I think I can live with. The Herald tends to move quite fast. The Sniper is going... Actually, the Sniper rifle is not that strong. The baseline is absolutely appalling, so I need to be very careful about that. But the Sniper doesn't actually seem to do that much damage, you'll notice. The missile, that is actually some pretty meaningful damage, and it's headed after the tank, sadly. So what I'm going to do with the tank, as much as I like the idea of a missile being launched... Well, let's throw something after the... We always throw something after the bad guys. At this point, I kind of want to make sure that I'm protecting myself behind a building. Now, if this thing's got a machine gun, it seems to me like they're going to be quite useful on this side of the map. Ooh, that works really well. So I wasn't originally planning on working through the home guard's turn, but I'm not going to turn down the opportunity either. It's generating a fair amount of heat for something that's not going to do that much damage at the start, but I prefer it to being idle. Okay, now the question is anybody targeting... Okay, yes, and it's a unit with the assault rifle, so they've actually got some meaningful range on that thing. But I don't think I want to be... I don't think I want to be hiding for the whole run either. So if I do this, and then I let her rip... I mean, the real question here is how much damage can this thing do? 561. So that's a number I need to take seriously given the fact that I've got 189 on my arms. So perhaps what I do is I dash. Okay, so they can't touch me here. Now, I would have much preferred to be targeting this unit, but circumstances have made it so that I can target this unit. Now, what's almost certainly going to happen, this unit's going to turn its attention to me here. However, they're crossing over into the next turn, so I do get some time to sort of soften them up, and I do get the option of hiding behind this pillar if it turns out that way. What I really want to do is I want to make sure that I make the most of the time, and that I target, I basically target whatever units I can that are going to be, a problem. So one thing I want to do here, okay, so that's the attack. We can dash to safety. So you can sort of see why this is appealing, right? My movement, so not only am I running, I'm doing my dash. I'm starting the dash before they open fire. I'm moving as close to perpendicular as I can. Like, it's never going to be perfect because it's sort of an arc. There's a big circle of optimal range that's covered here. But basically, it's as close to... if you're in first year calculus, this is probably where you would see the tangent line on a circle, right? But the main idea here, this is the problem with this move, I want to get him behind cover. That's the whole point of this. Yeah. Because this thing does some serious damage. I'm actually wondering if I can just run around the edge and that'll cover. I sort of expose myself, but I don't think I need to worry that much. So what I kind of want to make sure I'm doing here is I'm keeping active and moving around. Both of these units are likely going to attack me. And what I like to do is sort of run around and create some trouble while that happens. Now, this unit's standing still while it's firing at my own unit, so what I want to do is... I effectively want to be set up by the time that they stop. Finish my shot, or as close to it as I can, and then get in position for the follow-up. Okay, and actually I'm nervous enough about that marksman rifle that if I can get the protector in on the action, I'll do that as well. That's the problem about having such a slow mech. Okay. It's not ideal, but they are going to wind up moving into the... Actually, if we're crossing over, we might as well do it properly. So again, I don't normally like having turns... You know, I don't like overlapping the 5-second periods, but this is definitely going to give the AI something to think about. There's a few spots where they can cause some trouble for me, but I'm reasonably happy with how this could turn out. I didn't get hit. I'm curious how the sniping goes. So the angle probably won't give us a finale, but we definitely hurt this guy. Oh, maybe. Yep. the Herald delivered. I want to see what happens to this tank after these missiles. Are they here for the cargo? Security team, make sure they don't breach our defenses. Okay. So I'm going to take a quick second here and I'll do the replay. I want to do it at full speed though. Mostly just to show the Herald move. So you can kind of see. Actually, we can do slow-mo for that. I guess it works best if it's like this, but... So that's why I prefer that kind of movement to, you know, charging headlong. It's obvious when you think about it. I'm sure most people just intuitively understand to do that. But it definitely helps me out when I want to try and make the most of a given turn. I'm not sure what the fate of this tank's going to be, but we'll do our best. But yeah, my expectation is we should have a pretty good return from the Vulcan targeting this unit. We don't have a lot of people dedicated to these units here, so I may want to reconsider my my priorities on this side. But given that we're fully engaged on, you know, on this group, we can probably just finish the job. We've got 6 turns before reinforcements show up, so I do want to respect the threat there. Okay, so this unit's going to be barreling down on my the unit with the Vulcan. Now, this is going to mess up the scatter quite a bit, but I much prefer keeping this unit safe to any alternative. Just out of... Yeah, that should give me enough space. I could probably fire a little earlier, but I'd rather not tempt fate. Okay, we want to see where the missiles are going. So it looks like they are going after my sniper this time. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to redirect the machine gunner. The missiles are going to be a problem, so let's get them working on that priority as early as possible. And while I'm at it, let's just keep throwing more rockets at the bad guys. Okay, so because this unit is moving on to this target, I'm going to use my sniper to take out the tank here. Or I'd like to, at least. Yeah, I mean, it's late to do it, but better late than never. I definitely don't think it hurts to get as many shots to the back as we can here. So I feel like there's a little bit more I can do to tighten this up. No, not really. Okay, that's fine. We're still going to want to make a move on this unit, so... Although if I'm dedicating the Vulcan... You know what? I don't think this is a very good use of the Herald. So we'll take a shot on the tank. I may not have an option though because I'm bearing down on... Yeah, okay. Well, looks like we're destined to... Or maybe not. Yeah, I'm gonna be... Okay, well, I do need to get this unit into position, so... Definitely okay with this unit firing with the machine gun. I just wonder if there's maybe a slightly better angle that we can employ here. And for the shotgun... Again, I'm not going to worry too much about the tank. Let's see if we can get some good angles on the real enemy. This is almost certainly overkill, but if I can take out the... This is a level 2 unit that's going to be crashing into my stationary level 3, so we may be able to just... we may be able to stop them from firing. Now, again, I've got my own units firing at them, so there's a little bit of danger doing this, but... It's, I don't know. I think it's a worthwhile risk in this case. So again, I want to see where these missiles wind up. Oh, we're gonna get clobbered by those. It's been a while since I've had a missile that takes kind of more than one turn to travel. Definitely overkill. No more scrap. So we were able to take out this unit on top of that. So command needs to know security has been breached, protocols compromised, taking heavy casualties. In this case, we only have one more unit to take out. Or sorry, two more, because there's this tank here still. So it's an autocannon that's going to be going up against my... Ooh, actually, that shield took a beating. So there's 151 left on the shield. This thing will do 482 damage. So I'm actually going to do something a little counterintuitive and just get behind that hill. Simply because there's no point in putting that unit at risk. How in the world... I'll take it, but it's weird that I need to wait that long. Okay. This guy's fine. Again, we got roughed up with the rockets, but can I get a third? Not without risking heat, so. Oh, this guy's ejecting. Okay. We could just relax. See if we can save the scrap. Takri, good to see you. How you doing? Thank you for indulging my expanded universe for my short story yesterday. I told that to a coworker who gave an incredibly grudging smile. Alright, so we can't bring it all. I'm less likely to use the Astra. That dice isn't doing enough damage either. If I was worried about that baseline as a player, I probably should use it against an enemy. Oh boy. I need to recover 20. I may actually wind up using this arm, but... Okay, I hate that I'm doing this, but... No need to get fancy. Okay, so we have a little bit of recovery to do here. Not too much though, it's 5%. So we'll cruise outside the range of the camp. In fact, we can probably stealth it. Yep. So they're gonna be on top of us in a second. I really do not need to play this cat and mouse game, but it gives me a little extra time to do this. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Into the fray, the base comes alive with the sound of boots crashing against the floor. In the hangar, an engineer shouts his instructions to the crew, and a pilot rushes to get changed. You keep your eyes trained on the battle console, settling yourself with a deep breath. Now, I know I've had a lot of time setting up some missions. I am going to do a little bit of equipment adjustment and such. Game's already telling me that this is going to be a very easy one, and I've always assumed that it's included the reinforcements, so I should feel good. I am really feeling rough though, so if you don't mind, I'm gonna take a little while. I think we're gonna make some tea, and I don't know. I need to clear my head. Like, even if it's just like, I don't know, doing some jumping jacks or something like that. Like, I'm really feeling run down, and I'm trying not to let that come through on the stream, but I definitely feel I want to try and be sharp for at least the closing bit. So I'm gonna take a small break. I encourage you as well, if you haven't had something to drink or otherwise want to, I don't know, go to the bathroom or something like that, take some time. I'll try to keep it around, you know, no more than 5 minutes or so, hopefully less, but I could really just use, I really just need to clear the fuzz out. So I will be back as soon as I can, but I do need that time. So I'll see you all in a little bit. thank you all for your patience. Immediately before the stream, I had, I guess it's an Americano rather than a cup of coffee, but I had a tea, and it feels like I've had none of those things, so clearly another tea is just what the doctor ordered. Alright, let's review the new things. Possibly get rid of some of the old ones. No. Promising. Yes, indeed. I don't actually know 100% what the I'm trying to decide if like the heat generation okay, here's the way for me to think about this. I have to give up 30% of the concussive capacity in exchange for, I don't know, like 10% of the damage. It takes longer. It generates about 50 more units of heat. Would I want to take that trade? I don't think so. So we're going to stick with this one. We don't have a new torso, although let me just double check. Yeah. Legs, not relevant. Arm, left arm. Maybe. I lose some heat dissipation, but I get a little bit of integrity. Perhaps not. God, this is a tough one. No, I'm gonna stick to my guns, so to speak. Now this baseline. Wow, okay. So this baseline does more damage than the sniper. Does not require a whole lot of thought on my part. Really? Yeah, I thought so. Okay. Ah, that's the catch. So there was a little bit of barrier on that. I don't know. I'm okay with the trade-off. So, I mean, there's a way I can make this thing go back to 28, but why bother, right? Anyway, sorry, I think I was talking about caffeine. So, I don't know that much about it, but I have heard at least that essentially what it does is just sort of disconnects you from the part that makes you feel sleepy. So, the reason why... I don't know if worried is the right term. But the concern, let's say, that I would have would be like, oh, interesting. But then I become a medium if I go for those. Okay. These Nox legs look pretty good, though. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. No, yes it does. Uh-oh, now I've gone and done it. Is it the Asgards? What am I doing? So I am putting these things on so that I can have lower integrity and lower heat dissipation? What did I think I was accomplishing with this? Who is that? The Exception! Thank you very much for 61 months of continued subscription. God, I've wasted my life. How many books could I have written? How many games could I have made? How many plays could I have performed in? I might have learned another language in all this time. But I wouldn't have had a chance to meet all of you nice people, so I guess it washes out. But thank you very much for your continued support. I really appreciate that. I think I have told you a couple of times that I don't look at my sub numbers too much, but often when I do, I sometimes feel a little sorry for myself. And you always seem to arrive just at the time, like, just a little bit before I hit the valley, and then, like, you tend to indicate sort of an onset of increases. So it's nice. You're like the herald of good things. But the real answer is don't spend time looking at sub numbers. That's never gonna make me feel good. But thank you very much, The Exception. But yeah, anyways, I was talking about coffee. So, like, I know there's the idea, the thing that bothers me the most about lack of sleep is any reading I've done on this is that being short on sleep undeniably affects your cognitive ability. But worse still, you feel like you're not affected. So, you know, obviously Dunning-Kruger is very often misunderstood. Dunning-Kruger refers to a very specific thing. But needless to say, one of the things that's so insidious about the situation that describes is, you know, not necessarily that, you know, someone's incompetent, but it's more that horrible situation where you are under the illusion that you are anything but. And likewise, you know, again, I'm not going to suggest that there's a parallel between the two concepts, but the thing that bothers me the most about sleep deprivation is how you can utterly fool yourself to thinking that you are performing as well as, you know, you normally would, when the hard reality is that you are underperforming. And so, as you know, as much as I love caffeinated beverages, I like coffee, like tea, don't have milk, don't have sugar in them. You know, I've not really had, I can't remember the last time I've had some kind of a caffeinated beverage with any kind of a, you know, modification. It's rare for me to even have like a flavored tea at this point. But I know if all that the caffeine's really doing is switching me off from the, I guess, the chemistry that's making me feel sleepy, it's a little bit like that not getting enough sleep thing, right? I may feel very alert, but my decision making is almost certainly impaired. That's a cheery thought for the stream. Hasn't hurt the outcomes for these battles though, so I guess it's okay. Alright, so I have a few items to scrap. Let's sort by level. So I would like to keep sort of one of everything in terms of weaponry, but when it comes to things like arms, I guess I'll count the... These are technically sidearms, so... Yeah, anything less than 7, I think we scrap and detach at this point. Now here's a question for you. I don't know how long it's going to take me to get through... I don't know how long it's going to take me to get through all of the Phantom Brigade stuff. But if we were to switch things up for a little bit, would anybody be interested in seeing the Crypt of the Necrodancer pinball game? Or is that something you'd like to see sort of as a standalone stream? Commander, the base is circled around to the perimeter. We're ready to pick the squad up if needed. Oh, something. Getting negative IFF code. We've got hostiles in range. Engage at will. Reinforcements should be coming soon. So, seems to me the obvious answer here is to destroy the alarm. Now, we have 8 turns. Well, it says we have 8 turns. I guess the reserves only show up in 4 turns, though. So, I do want to take that. I do want to take this out before too much trouble starts. But the nice bit of news is that once that's done, I might be able to get a good angle on my future target. Nuts. Okay, I'm gonna need a top-down view to make this work. Feels like that's a smaller move than it needs to be, but no, the game won't even let me do it. Yeah, okay. So I want a line that goes through these. Is it really just a question of standing where I already am? Yeah, no, that still doesn't work. Okay, well, let's try and move forward a little bit then. I don't want to go too crazy with this because I may, I'll have to do... Oh, I also see the problem. They moved back a little bit. That's why everything was getting thrown off. So yeah, I mean, there's probably going to be hell to pay for this, but... Is it pinball with new mechanics? It's Crypt of the Necrodancer pinball. So it's Zen pinball. So in this case, Zen pinball does not feel... It doesn't feel beholden to completely realizing the real... Like, it's not going to limit itself to the laws of physics in some cases, right? So, like, the homeworld table will... like, teleport into a new region, for instance. But I don't know, I think it's quite good. And obviously it's a brace yourself thing. So I'm not very good at it, but I thought it might be kind of fun to share. So yeah, for those of you not familiar with Pinball Effects, it's by Zen Studios. And the way it works, it's like a free-to-play game. So if you want to, if you want to buy some tables, you can. But man, I've really worked myself into a corner here. Okay, well that's fine. So. You know what? Actually, just getting in position is fine by me. Yeah, so Zen Pinball basically is a computer simulation of pinball. But like I said, it does take advantage of the fact that it's in a virtual environment. So you can get like recreations of old tables. So I tried like a, what was it, an Addams Family one, which was quite fun. But they also have like a Rome themed one. And in the case of things like, again, for the Homeworld one, you have basically teleportation to another region, which is not like you don't see. Oh, what am I doing? Let's not move close to that turret. But yeah, so like obviously you can't see a pinball table transform before your very eyes, but you're still keeping the basics of balls bouncing around and hitting them with with flippers to make it all work out. I don't know. I think it's good. It's actually, I think it's a pretty good adaptation of Crypt of the Necrodancer, but there's no urgency to show it today. It's just if I'm feeling like I need to change things up, I was curious if anybody wanted to see it, because I haven't bought any tables on Pinball FX except Crypt of the Necrodancer, and I've played it a little bit, so. So, some nice friendly fire there. Ooh. Didn't know my own strength. What a persistent bunch. Command won't commit any more drop squads to this site, so let's get this over with. Okay, so they are going to attack. So I guess the real question is, how much damage are they going to do with the sniper rifle? 596, which is sufficient to take off a limb. Definitely caused me some trouble on my torso. I think, though, I'm going to grit my teeth. And we're going to try and take out the bad guy before they take out my own. Still too hot. I feel like I can be doing better here. I think it's got to be a two-step. Okay, maybe we don't do that. We'll try this for now. Okay, so we're not doing enough damage to this. Oh, this is going to be a bad, bad day for my Vulcan. I was expecting a little bit more on this guy before. Okay, so I got lucky that one of those missed. I don't know if the assault rifle is going to be that helpful here. It doesn't matter, they're toast. Okay, so we don't really need to worry about the reserve reinforcements, but we're probably going to wrap this up well in advance. Okay, so they're doing a desperate shotgun blast, but that's not really going to matter. What I need to do is just get the right angle on this guy. Or the correct angle. Well, I don't use this thing for its sidearm, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. So one nice thing is it is exposing its primary weapon to this unit. The drawback is I'm not sure how I make this work with my... The answer is we don't. We do what's required of us. Cool. All hostiles eliminated, site under control. What have we got here? Not too much as far as special items. Maybe we... Nope, actually those are worth 38. But I may want to change these two for these two. It's a little more scrap for me. Okay, that's not going to be a whole lot that I need to think about for, what am I trying to say? For the, loadout, I'm not going to have to think that much about replacements. I do kind of want to hit this repair convoy, but I do also need to get to the battle site, so let's see what direction this thing's moving. Oops. I didn't even see what we're up against. So it's predicting a fairly tough fight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I definitely want to deal with this before the reinforcements show up. I think it was an arm that we got. Surely there was another... Yeah, torso and an arm. Okay. I don't think I should even try the Manticore, but just in case. There isn't a way for me to make this work. I'm dreaming if I think that's gonna work. Okay. This torso is gonna be too heavy. Yeah, I have what I need for most of the stuff that's getting picked up here. So obviously this light one is intended to be light. This heavy one gives me 369 at 10. So I get 599 at 16. Oh, hang on, that's the Herald. What am I doing? This should be the Protector. Okay, let's try that again. So yeah, the VDAR torso is nice. It's 1100. It's the highest integrity that I've got out of anything. The light is supposed to be light. The heavy, 16.5 for 666. So I can downgrade to 599 even though it makes my level go up. It doesn't make sense. So we don't need to think too hard about that. There's a side of me that kind of like to put away the Vulcan and get a melee unit in. I actually find the melee unit a little more exciting to use than the Vulcan, but the thing is, if I just stay in my comfort zone, I'm not going to learn better ways of doing things, so I don't know, it's fun to change it up. This is working for me, so that can be a motivator as much as anything. I really love it when the rain's coming down like this. Like, there are different... it does feel there are different intensities. Okay, rebel unit sighted, requesting immediate reinforcements. Let's make this quick. I do also believe I see some experimental weaponry. Excuse me. So what are we up against? We've got an elevated tank with a missile launcher that is going to be a colossal pain in the neck. An autocannon I can live with. A plasma repeater. Oh god, I seem to remember these things being deadly. Yes, so they have concussion and stagger. The good news here is that it doesn't do that much damage. So experimental weapon firing, heavy energized projectiles at medium range. Hits compromised target stability and make them more susceptible to crashes, even with light units. Sustained fire can crash a target outright. So I do want to take this one seriously. I may even take the weapon. Okay, we've got another missile launcher, and this guy's going absolutely bonkers with it. Oh my god, look at that damage too. That's 1072. This guy is a menace. The beam is a heat beam, so if I have to take damage from a weapon, this is the one I want. We're in the rain, you know, I get to control what kind of damage I take, and looks like the Vulcan's going after the Vulcan. Okay. Mini cricket. Okay. So I don't have a lot of places to hide with this unit. The first thing I need to do is get my Vulcan to safety. That's about as good as I'm gonna get. Yeah, so that guy's down for a bit. I don't think it would hurt for me to walk up and try and take out an arm. So that's 463. My machine gun can do 1107. Wait a minute, is that really cool? If I protect myself from the autocannon. The only thing I don't like about this is that I'm a little more head-on than I want to be. And I lose an opportunity to do some real damage with the like I could attack earlier, and I could try and go for one of the arms a little bit faster, but again, I got to work with what I was given here. So I'm not that worried about the beam. Allow for like a little bit of heat generation. But what I would much prefer is to take some shots at the unit with the missile launcher. Yeah, so we're generating some heat here for sure, but like we're at the halfway mark, so. Now, I gotta be quite careful here. So the unit that's firing all the missiles seems to be focusing on my sniper. Indeed, this is also true for this missile launcher. So, here's what I'm gonna do. Where I can, I want to contribute to the fight still. Stay put. Run back. So I'm very curious to see how this is going to turn out. This is going to be one for full slow-mo. So you can see that he's absolutely nothing here. So you can see we do a little something there, but not enough to take it out. So the hope here is that our comrades finish the job. Ooh, that's a lot more heat than I was expecting. We are going to be very sore in a little bit. So close to taking that thing out. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Essentially for the reasons I said. It's a little too much action on the front, not enough on the side. Dodge those. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, so we didn't get the target we were going for, but we just took out the missile. So we got a couple things to worry about here. So these missiles, I don't feel like they're as big of a problem, but we do have a fresh batch that was coming after us. So first thing I'm going to do here is dash. Want to wait a little while, and we're going to dash. Really? Oh, there we go. Okay, so this unit's got to find a place to run for a little bit. Now, of course, I'd like it if I can sort of fight my way out. God, that's a tight window. All right. So it looks like there is a rocket coming after... the Vulcan. The thing is, it's not enough to take out the... Well, in isolation it's not, but... Okay, so here's what we do. We wait. I can't wait that long. And then I dash. So, I have the unfortunate task of... I mean, I'm the tank. This is what I'm supposed to do, but I did want this to be a slightly more active participant. So first thing we're going to do is just drop kick the tank. It sure would be nice if I had a way of... You know what? This is interesting. Who did that? Quiet JC, thank you very much for the subscription. Yeah, so Door Kickers does something similar to this. There was Frozen Synapse, which also had a similar set of mechanics. So this particular game is Phantom Brigade by Brace Yourself Games. And the main idea here, there's a slight difference from... So I can't recall how Door Kickers did it. The main thing I've seen with these games where you set up your turn and then watch all of the activity happen sort of in sync is that, like, so Frozen Synapse is the one I probably know the best. And all the... So there was a follow-up, Frozen Cortex and Frozen Synapse 2. And for those games, there was this element where you needed to make a guess in terms of what your opponent might do. Whereas in this game, the idea is that you have a technology that will give you certain knowledge of the enemy's intentions 5 seconds in advance. Now, obviously, your taking actions implies that you want to change those outcomes. But a good example here would be, like, this unit's got its sidearm, and I know that no matter what happens this turn, it's always going to try and attack this unit 3 times with its sidearm. And of course, if I didn't move my unit, then it would basically be moving through the level attacking me here. I'm of course jumping all over the place because there's rockets coming after me. But that's kind of the difference. The people behind this game are very, very good at what they do, so everything is modeled. I'm trying to remember who it was, but somebody actually pointed out that there was a rocket that was coming after me, and I was firing a weapon, and the individual bullet collided with the rocket, and it exploded. So everything is modeled, and it's non-deterministic. So this has actually created some problems with the replay system. But in this case here, it's not like XCOM where all of the random numbers are seeded. Essentially, everything is being simulated as you run the game, as the turns play out. And as you can see, there's some absolutely fantastic animation inside of this. So you get this nice little reward for coming up with a very clever turn. Speaking of, so what we're doing here is we're going to throw up our shield to crash this tank. That's our first move. Following that, I do want to take this plasma repeater seriously. So it does 225 damage, which on its own is not a lot, but it's attacking me 3 times with it. But what I was interested in was it looked like something was obstructing the attack. Yeah, it was the side of the hill. So that I'm actually a little more comfortable with. Okay, yeah, we'll work with that. And again, thank you very much for the subscription. I hope you get your money's worth. And that is not an ironic statement because it was a Prime. Prime still costs money. All right, let's see how this works. I'm going to watch it in slow motion because I want to see how these rockets turned out. Okay, we're safe from these. Okay, good. It's crashing. That's exactly what it should be doing. Yeah, this tank protected their comrade. Maybe we can get one in the side. This guy's still going. Okay, new batch of rockets for me to worry about. That's not good. They were supposed to be protected from all of that. So my heavy just got concussed. And we just got toppled from too many plasma bolts, so this was not a good turn for us. I can recover it. It's a good way of putting it. I'm delighted to hear that the cultist stuff is working out for you, quite JC. Okay, so nothing's been destroyed yet. We've got some crashes which are going to be painful. But it's important to remember the Herald was largely untouched. So we have some things that we can do to right the balance. So we'll ignore this unit. There's nothing else that can be done about it. Hopefully that missile doesn't kill it. Again, it is maddening beyond words that this thing is still running and like menacing my units. But again, I gotta work with what I've been given, right? So what I think I'm going to do here, I've taken some fairly substantial damage on my right arm. So as a safety precaution, I'm actually going to pull myself out of the danger zone. I have a little bit of time to recover some heat. What's the smallest distance I can travel that still gets me out of the threat? I mean, it's not great, but it's a start. So in the meantime, actually, here's what we do. We change dance partners. So we move the Herald up. As soon as they can, they do damage on the... And then the rest we want to spend on the railgun repeater. We need to give our other guy a break here. So in the meantime, we take the marksmen, run them where they need to go. I get to use my sidearm. Okay. Now there's not a whole lot that I can do to sort of protect myself. The best I can sort of hope for here is to throw up my shield to sort of deal with the worst that comes after me. and then sort of try and have my revenge. Yeah. All right, let's see how this goes. This guy's about to get targeted by the gun. That was a particularly scary spot, right? Because this is the right-hand side, which can take the least amount of damage, but we're in the clear now. Or should be soon. Okay, this unit's getting clobbered by the stagger again, so hopefully the shield will help. All right, we took out the mech before we took out its bloody arm. All right, I'll take it. I think we can speed things up a bit here. Nice. Okay, we are definitely going to be able to take this guy out. All right, the crate is locked on. Our drone has the cords and should be descending any second now. I've got 2 turns to take these guys out before the reinforcements arrive. I think I need to deal with a very real possibility that I'm gonna have to deal with the reinforcements. Now I get the option to run. That still counts as a success. But let's try for a tidier win. Now, it seems to me like I'm still going to be using them. Okay, yeah, this guy's concussed, so we're not going to worry about that at all. So let's turn it around. We've got ejected pilots. All right, this guy's still kicking around. To my chagrin, so let's take a shot on him. Now this is a beam attack. So I do actually kind of need to take it seriously. Gonna make a guess here that a dash won't, yeah, dash won't accomplish what I want it to. Well, actually, if that's the case, I'm gonna reorganize the turn. Okay, so the first thing I want to do definitely is take out this thing. Following that, we want to... Yeah, the tricky part here is figuring out how to deal with this heat. All right, well, we gotta work with what we've been given, so. Okay, that guy's gonna eject. Definitely getting the worst of it. Definitely getting the worst of it with Herald, but I want to see how the rest of this turns out. Okay, he is putting up a fight. Here's how I'm going to handle this. So I'm going to, as before, switch Dad's partners, so my heavier attack focuses on the beam unit. And that's going to be so my Herald can focus on an enemy unit that's not going to cook it in its cockpit. Gives me a chance to put some distance between myself and the thing that's generating heat. Now, as much as I can, I want to do as much damage as I can with machine gun. I'm going to stay put, though, afterwards. Because I want to... Basically, I want to claim this, and if I have to eject... If I have to escape, then so be it. But for all practical purposes, there are 2 units on the field here, and we want to take them out this turn. So I think the enemy reinforcements are going to arrive. Alright, crate is locked on. Our drone has the cords and should be descending any second now. Yep, so he's still up and running. That pilot's concussed. So it could be worse, right? I am still going to stand and fight for the rest of this because we're all sort of bunched up. We're going to be able to handle the enemy reinforcements. But it's the first time we've sort of missed. It's the first time we've sort of missed an opportunity to end a fight early. I can mostly blame that on what happened to the Vulcan. Ooh, that's actually a few more people than I thought there would be, but I'm not too worried yet. Yeah. That was a little more excessive than... Okay, so... The tanks really aren't that much of a problem. This beam is also a heat beam. So the Herald's actually doing exactly what it's supposed to here, and it's drawing the fire of the... It's drawing the fire of the Vulcan. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move off to the side, then I'm going to dash to the higher plane. So you can sort of see what's happening here, right? They have to sweep all over the area. They're doing some damage to their own units while they do so. And all the while, I get to move sort of in position to take a bite out of... out of the arm. Drat. Too late if I do that. Okay. Doesn't have to be perfect. Oh man, do I get a second shot? No, there's no way I get a second shot of that. Okay, so why is that only 87? Okay, let's see if we can tighten that move up just a little bit more. There we go. So the aim here is to have the full strength of this marksman rifle, 1052, hitting one of these arms. It would be the left arm. So in this case, yeah, I would have preferred to hit the right, but that's life. to live with that. So the other question is, how do I get the machine gun in play? I think it's probably better that I use it to munch on tanks. Honestly, though, at this point, I just need to get it in the fight, so... Okay, let's see the magic happen. That's too many misses. Well, we might still take out the arm. Yes! Okay, so that big threat's down the first turn. That's exactly how I want that to happen. Okay, so looks like the tanks want to take on my machine gunner, and I am only too happy to oblige. The other advantage that I get is maintaining distance when going up against tanks with my sniper. Oop. So a single shot, a single round should be sufficient to take out a tank. The numbers could be better, but let's live with that. Now I can't completely ignore the heat beam. What I can do, though, is I can run around the edge. And I can take whatever targets of opportunity present themselves. Yeah, so it's not the most exciting thing to only hit one unit. Looks like that's not the right target. I really don't know how. You know what? I don't need to get clever about this. I would rather, I'd rather not be shooting into its shield, but this is the turn I was given, so. Yeah, so that's instant kill there. We'll probably wind up crashing him out. Now, it looks like we didn't take this tank out in, with this marksman shots. I'm a little surprised by that. Oh, and we get our good work is rewarded with a good track. So there's going to be a lot more slow motion just so we can enjoy the score. Okay, so I don't have a lot of opportunities to take this unit on conventionally. So what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to move my machine gunner in place. Take out... Are you joking? All right. It's going to take us the whole turn to get there. All right, let's just dash like madmen. This unit isn't actually doing anything anyway, so maybe what I can do here is the Herald can sneak behind this unit. And then we add a little sweetener at the end. It's crashing but not dead. It's a little less dramatic when there isn't something to shoot. Okay, that's the reinforcements taken care of. And this guy should eject next turn because we took out his primary weapon. And we concussed the tank, so this should be it. Yep, they eject, and that's that. So we're gonna have more. We're definitely gonna have more repairs for tonight, or not for tonight, for the team. We got a bunch of liquid fix, which is nice. We'll scrap the grays, keep the greens. We may not have... Well, then again, we've got a bigger budget because we took on two groups. Okay, we're over. Of the two alpenglows, so one does 216, the other does 162. So scrap that one. Almost certainly not going to use that tower. So I need another 15. May use the handgun. 285 on a missile isn't... Okay, there we go. That's... I think we take the rest. Okay, so we're at 43 in the region. We can go after a base, but I think it would be better to go to the battle site. As you can see here, we're at 44 on the Manticore. This is the heavy gun that we were using, and you can see that Foxtrot has seen better days in terms of their health, just due to the concussion. Now I do believe we should be able to get the workshop upgrade. Yes, so we are going to take experimental assembly. I feel a little weird doing that, but I'm going to accept it. What this will allow me to do is build rare parts. So let's take an example here. Let's say I wanted... do I not have the AR burst? I guess not. I don't believe you start off with all of the different projects available. Okay, well, let's say I wanted an Elbrus. So in this case, I could make an Elbrus arm, lower body, upper body. As long as I had rare components, I would be able to build some of these. Now, getting like special recipes is kind of a big deal. So the drawback here is that there's a bunch of stuff that I would kind of like to build, but I don't necessarily have the recipes that I need. So the solar burst might be interesting. I don't know about the tracer. Definitely some of the blades would be good. Excuse me. But yeah, this is more about preserving the option than anything. But I am going to call it for Phantom Brigade. Now, what I am going to do, I'm going to do a little bit of the Crypt of the Necrodancer, pinball, just to show you what it's like. But I'm not going to do it too much longer because we're at the end. And just again, a word of advice: the local game dev meetup is going to be meeting in person again on next week. So it's very unlikely that I'm going to be able to attend that and stream. But I do intend... The other thing is that because Godless is going to be getting an update, I also intend to cover Godless. So it may be... it may be that I have a little bit of time away from Phantom Brigade, but I do intend to complete this. I do intend to complete this campaign, Just happens to be that things are lining up in such a way that I may have kind of some competing priorities. But just a heads up, I'm not going to be streaming next week for those of you who are looking for some more Phantom Brigade. And I will do my best to try and make it up, but I have a feeling moving forward there's going to be one Wednesday every month that I'm not able to stream just because of the local game dev meetup. So, this is Pinball Effects. So, as you can see, there's trial versions of these unoriginals. If you download this, so this is going to sound like an advertisement. By the way, this I bought with my own money, so I don't need to do the disclosure that I normally do. When you get Pinball FX, you get, so far as I can tell, a 24-hour pass to try all this stuff out. If I go under owned, so Wild West Rampage, Sorcerer's Lair, and Fishtails are available to you. To give you an idea of what this stuff costs, the Crypt of the Necrodancer pinball is $6.99 Canadian. Obviously, the regional equivalent will be different. A couple of others that I wish listed: Williams Addams Family, $12.99. Wrath of the Elder Gods, $6.49. The Core Collection, $12.99. And Homeworld Journey to Hagara, $6.99. So an individual table is not that costly. However, some people may say, well, oh yeah, and I really do want to try Rome again. I rather like that one. But yeah, like, if you're into pinball, an individual table of, $8 to $13. I'm not entirely sure it's breaking the bank. On the other hand, there are some games which you can pay only $5 for, which is kind of what you're getting in here. So it's up to you to decide whether or not it's worth it. Maybe you wish list it. But I have been having a good time with Crypt of the Necrodancer pinball. For those of you wondering what this is doing related to Phantom Brigade, it's because Phantom Brigade is by Brace Yourself Games, and Brace Yourself Games was founded with Crypt of the Necrodancer. So it is Zen Studios that made this. I believe Ryan Clark sort of consulted to make sure that it fit with the overall brand of Crypt of the Necrodancer. But I do think this is actually quite a fun little take on Crypt of the Necrodancer. I will show you. I don't actually know all the rules for it, but we're just going to jump in. How you doing, Aegis down there? I'll just caution you that we're getting ready for the end, but we're doing doing a little Crypt of the Necrodancer pinball to wrap it up. So, just a quick word, there is a table guide in here, which, Crypt of the Necrodancer pinball table is a fusion of pinball and a rhythm game. Hitting lanes or targets to the beat will raise the coin multiplier, which affects every point. Draining the ball while the music is still playing does not mean it is lost. It decreases the multiplier by 0.5 instead. When the multiplier reaches 0, the ball is lost, signified by the decreasing number of hearts on the display. So, I'll be honest, I've not read all of these, and I have no intention to do this right now, but if you're a pinball maniac and want to know all the rules, there you have it. I am just going to go scrambling around and show you what Crypt of the Necrodancer looks like in pinball, and please keep in mind, I'm not very good at this. I'm also not very good at Crypt of the Necrodancer. I already know I'm not good at this, and I really don't want to be told how to play it. I just want to enjoy this, so I wanted to get that out of the way because I have a feeling that this may be one of those ones where I get people, oh, you should tilt, you should tilt. I know how the game works. I'm just going to play it my way.
Zone 1.
So you can see that lane that's flashing up just on the left there. That's eventually what I want to hit, but I'm not good enough to really target stuff. So part of this is just keeping the ball in the air. Is there anyone here who hasn't played Crypt of the Necrodancer, by the way? Go. No! So we're still on our first ball because of the way the beat works. But I definitely want to hit a few more things on the beat if I can. The song's gonna be over soon. I gotta get that flashing area. Got it. I don't think we're going to be able to get that last one, though.
Got lost already?
Aegis, you haven't played Crypt of the Necrodancer. It's a fun little rhythm roguelike. So this is a pinball game that's based off of it. I will have to do Crypt of the Necrodancer on the stream at some point, I think, but...
Zone 2.
This one we gotta take out the golems first. No! So golems have 4 health. So this is a good example of what I mean when I say that, like, Pinball FX is a pinball simulation, but it does not feel... Jesus. Does not feel obligated to follow reality. Obviously, in real pinball tables, you do not have sprites appearing as obstacles.
Correct multi-bar.
Okay, this is gonna get interesting. We're getting there. I'm pretty sure I just hit the ball that was about to
The
get it.
crypt is mine.
Golem. Oh well.
Others
There
were
we go.
here before me. I wonder if I can find someone.
But yeah, as you can see, like the presence of the slimes or the
Oh, shiny.
presence of the slimes or the the slimes or the golems or that, they add a little something, but they don't like they don't completely transform the pinball experience. Like, it's still a pinball game. They just added something a little nice that you can't get in a real world machine. So I just lost all of the bonuses from getting stuff in line with the rhythm. Ah! I think that's
Beaten
game
by
over.
golems. This'll be easier than I thought.
So that was definitely not one of my my better rounds. Number 2. Oh, well, hello, Telrea Best. What are you playing? You gotta have balls to play this. No. Puns are fine for Brace Yourself games. So what did you all think of that? I'm probably up for at least one more round of this. Alternatively, if Aegis hasn't seen Crypt of the Necrodance... Actually, tell you what. I really shouldn't be doing this extended, but how about we do one more round of Crypt of the Necrodancer pinball, and then I'll show you the game underlying this pinball table. I'm about as good at Crypt of the Necrodancer as I am at its pinball adaptation. And then we'll call it a night.
I am ready.
Zone 1.
You can go up to Zone 5 right away, by the way. Ah! I will confess, the ones on the far left and the far right are a real challenge for me. Ah, close. At this point, I'm just firing at any round.
Correct multi-ball.
Won't matter, because...
The crypt is mine.
So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think you do actually lose your ball if you don't finish things in time. Yeah, no worries. It's fun to show off some of this stuff, especially because it's all related to Brace Yourself. Telrea says, in theory, you like Crypt of the Necrodancer. In practice, though, it is hard to play that game muted.
Zone
I don't think I've ever
2.
played it on mute. There is a character that doesn't worry about the beat, though. No!
Others were here before me. I wonder if I can find someone.
I'm an idiot. So if it's not clear, those purple blocks up top there, you can dig through them if you hit them enough times. There we go. And then if you go in the sinkhole, you get a gem. There we go, like that.
Oh, shiny.
And you'll notice that Cadence on the left there, you actually get to see her change her items and pick up objects. I think she just got the gem there. I think I'm still getting jackpots at this point.
King Konga!
Okay, so this is a boss fight, both in the game and in the pinball. So I don't believe you need to take out the zombies. I think what you need to do is get that second lane to the left, but you'll notice that the zombies are sort of protecting it, so it's not a terrible idea to clear it out if you can. I'm hopeless at these lanes. I think I got one more heart after this.
For the shock.
Ah! Didn't do it in time. What's behind the second purple block? I don't believe I've ever gotten there, Tilrea. It may just be another gem. Oh, was that the end? Nope, we're on to Zone 3.
Zone 3.
I can't remember what awaits us in Zone 3. Fire. Oh yes, spinners. So I gotta smarten up on those. So I'm looking for the sort of the middle one like that, and then the far right one. But I don't want to just like randomly hit them. I want to be kind of consistent in nailing it. Jesus. There we go. You can see that it really cools down if you don't tend to it.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's see if I can find someone who is still alive.
Oh, you're kidding me. I'm hopeless here. This is going to be such a tragic way to end this round if I drain the ball before the end of the song.
Correct multi-ball.
Death Metal!
I've never done this one before. This is not going to be easy. So I need to be accurate enough on the skeletons to be able to... There we go. By the way, this concept that you're seeing here of like a table within a table, I have seen something very similar to that on a real pinball table before. Obviously not like this competing. Like this is almost kind of like playing pinball versus.
Oh, well, be the fire.
Ah.
My heart!
And his name was...
It's cool how the monsters require a fastball to kill them. So far, the sword one hasn't done anything. Does she hit you if you move? I don't think so. I think she's just there as a representation of the character you're playing. That, by the way, is the best round I've ever had. So I'm glad. I'm glad I got to show you something. Oh, I broke 1,000. Okay. So, again, that's Pinball Effects. If this seems interesting, so like, let's say it wasn't the Crypt of the Necrodancer that did it for you. Let's say that you were intrigued by this representation of pinball. There are other pinball games, like there's Pinball Arcade, which I think lost their contract with someone, so they, it's a little less featured than it used to be. But particularly if you like this idea of these tables that are something of an interpretation of pinball on a computer, I definitely recommend checking it out. And like I said, when you first play it, you have access to everything for 24 hours. So if you're just going to play it for like 30 minutes before bedtime, maybe don't do that. But if you feel like you've got a decent chunk of spare time, this will give you an idea as to what tables you may be interested in. And at that point, you can either add them to your wish list or you can buy them For me, Crypt of the Necrodancer was $6.99, which I was very happy to pay for. There's also like a subscription service, which I think will give you access to all or a large number of the tables. But honestly, like, it's a free-to-play game. I am not one of these people who believes that free-to-play is a necessarily bad business model. But in the end, people are going to have to make a decision as to what the value is to them. And in these particular kinds of game, like for free-to-play products, generally there's a system in place to try to get you to pay more than what maybe you would have paid for up front. So it's nice that you get to go a la carte, but maybe you would have been willing to spend $20 on a full Pinball FX, and in reality what you're now doing is shelling out about $7 for each table, and it winds up being 30 or something like that. 30 isn't divisible by 7, but whatever. And again, I'll leave it to your judgment in that. But if you want the experience that you just saw with me, Pinball FX, enjoy your 24 hours of free stuff, and then $7 Canadian to get the table that I was using. I'm downloading Crypt of the Necrodancer right now, so this is going to take, it says 12 minutes. Hope is increased. Yes. I don't even think this is a bit rate thing. I think this may be the fact that I'm actually putting it on. Oh, nope. 40 seconds remaining now. I'm actually surprised I didn't have this installed already. So just a caution, I'm pretty terrible at Crypt of the Necrodancer, but it is a fun game. Like, again, this is a game that essentially, like I said, the developer that I have such admiration for, a Canadian developer no less, this game effectively built the studio, right? The success of Crypt of the Necrodancer enabled the creation of Industries of Titan, of the acquisition of Tetragon Works, which resulted in Phantom Brigade. It was successful enough to spawn a spin-off, Rift of the Necrodancer. Nintendo allowed Brace Yourself to work with the Legend of Zelda property, making Cadence of Hyrule. And of course, there's all the other things that Brace Yourself are doing that we don't know about. And of course, they're doing some publishing. I suspect probably because they have people who are very good at distributing games that currently don't have a lot to distribute. So in this case, they're applying their talents towards people who may need those services. And that's why we have, Godless, why we have Cobalt. I can never remember the proper name of this. This is Godless, Super Raft, Boat Together, and I believe it's Cobalt Core, but let me just double check that I got that right. Yes, Cobalt Core. So I do want to share, one of the things, I do really want to share Crypt of the Necrodancer with you, because this is one of these games where, I'm going to need to change a couple things first. Cool. I'm just going to reopen the game so you can see the opening cinematic. But I think this is one of the examples of a game where nobody had really thought to do this. And I think its influences are very obvious. And yet, once you see it implemented, it's one of these like, my God, why didn't I think of that kind of games? So I'll talk a little bit about where I think the idea for this came from, but let's enjoy a cinematic first.
They told me I was too young. They told me I needed more training. I told them to drop dead. How ironic. I don't know how I survived that fall. Something strange must have happened. My pulse is beating like a drum, but my blood is running cold. I'm not sure what's going on, but I came here with a question. And I'm gonna find the answer if it kills me.
It's a good start, right? Catchy music. So I don't have the DLC for this. Continue game. Oh my god, am I already in? No, I died. Okay.
New character unlocked.
Okay, apparently I've unlocked Reaper. Okay, so this game... has its origins in a game called Rogue. And I think a lot of you have probably heard of the concept of a roguelike. But the difference between what Rogue was and what a roguelike is, there's actually quite a bit of distance between these two things now. So Rogue was a dungeon crawler game. It was a turn-based game. If you've ever played a game like Sword of the Stars, The Pit, or was it Eyes of Taj Mahal? God, there's a few of them, which are Dwarf Fortress, but not the Fortress mode. There's like an adventure mode, I think is a bit like Rogue. The idea here is that you play this character, you go through a procedurally generated dungeon, and everything was in like ASCII art, so your character rather famously is like the at symbol. And I guess ampersand is the... No, ampersand is the and symbol. So, at symbol. And you would move... You'd move through this dungeon, so you take one move, and then the enemies would take a move. If you do an attack and an enemy's too far away, then the enemy will move. And you sort of need to manage... I think you needed to manage, like, your health, and I think there was possibly a food stat that you needed as well. But the idea is you need to go down to sort of the bottom, get an artifact known as the Amulet of Yendor, and then you move back up through the levels. And if you died, which very frequently happened, you had to... sorry, what am I trying to say? If you died, you had to start with a brand new character at the very beginning again. So this is a very influential game. It's one that inspired a lot of other games. In fact, one of them was Diablo. And if you look at the original pitch for Diablo, which maybe we'll get into because I'm already doing extra hours. If you look at the pitch for Diablo, Diablo was actually pitched as a turn-based game as well. But obviously there's an insight in terms of doing it in real time, and it's much more interesting. But if you've ever played the first Diablo, which I have recently because Outworld was getting into Diablo 2, I noticed that in the original Diablo, if you died, you had to start over. Now you had the option of saving, which was nice. But there was no, like, go back and get your items from your corpse. That was added in later games. So you can actually kind of see how that heritage can sometimes be quite punishing as well. In any case, so I'm getting a little of this from a video that Ryan Clark did, and some of this I'm sort of getting an inference from, but from what I understand, Ryan Clark, the founder of Brace Yourself Games, quite likes Rogue. But one of the things that he thought was a bit of a shortcoming of Rogue was that if you wanted... no, I would say at the very least Diablo 2 has that, and that would predate the Souls games. I definitely know that, like, Dark Souls really added something by making it so that if you didn't successfully get to your body, you would lose them. I think that was a really big innovation that From Software brought in, but I'm pretty sure the recovery from a corpse predates the Souls games. I wouldn't be surprised if it predated Diablo as well, but I just don't know that much about old games. Like I know enough to be able to talk about this kind of stuff, but I definitely couldn't speak with authority as to what the the first one to implement it would be. So one thing I wanted to highlight is that Ryan seems to be very good at finding these kinds of improvements to make on classic games. If I recall correctly, he did a version of Breakout, which, if you don't recall Breakout, it's one where there's like this little ball and this paddle. It's almost like Pong. But instead of going after another paddle, you're going after this brick wall and you're knocking down bricks one at a time. And his sort of insight was that Breakout is a fun game. It's one that people kind of continue to play today. But it's actually kind of miserable when you get to the end, because you have this like single brick that you need to take out, and it's kind of this chaotic Arkanoid. Sorry, Dendrian, I'm not familiar with Arkanoid. But it's... Oh, wait a minute. Is this the one that Ryan made? Because like the one that he did basically was, I believe the ball kept getting bigger as you played it. Or is that the one that you're thinking of? Actually, I want to look it up now and see. 86, so no, it wouldn't be. I wonder if I can find Ryan Clark games. Game programming with Wiki, Grubby Games, Professor Fizzwizzle, Incredibots. Yeah, I can't find... Hello, Jared. You're right, this isn't. We did some... By the way, for those of you who do not know Jared, they're also a broadcaster on... They're also a broadcaster on Twitch, although it's been a while since they broadcast. I do still recommend that you follow them, though, because he is a musician and a singer. And one of the reasons he hasn't been streaming lately is because he has been busy changing the landscape of community management, or, I don't know, video punching, TikTok punching. He lets you know about the existence of games. So, do you ever hear about Cult of the Lamb? Well, he's the reason you join the cult. You ever heard of Card Shark? Well, he's the reason you heard about Card Shark. It does feel like you work with Muriel, I think, quite a bit. But in any case, Jared was involved with in both Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade for a while, and then moved on to, again, change the landscape. I've had the great pleasure of meeting him in Vancouver. I look completely different from what I do there, although I did not have the pleasure of seeing Jared in one of his fancy suits. I believe he is known for... You officially work for Devolver. Congratulations. I had an inclination that was where things were going, but obviously you've been very successful as a free agent, so I wouldn't, didn't want to presume. So for what it's worth, I'm very much looking forward to Talos Principle 2. Although I've not yet completed the first one. I really like the first one though. For those of you who don't know, Crow Team is no longer just being published by Devolver. They're actually a wholly owned subsidiary. Anyways, obviously Jared is one of these very interesting people who I've had the great pleasure of meeting through games such as Phantom Brigade and Industries of Titan. He has obviously gone on to much bigger and better things, and is an interesting person to follow, whether you follow him on Twitch, on Twitter, presumably TikTok is your primary platform now, but or you can just simply look for his name in the credits of a Devolver game near you. So, with all of that in mind, I was trying to give a little bit of a history of like good ideas and where I kind of feel like Crypto the Necrodancer came from. So, we talked about this breakout, or Dendrian talked about Arkanoid. in this case here, you've got a game that has some very good fundamentals, but has got sort of a feature that's not quite as good. And so in the case of Breakout, you've got this increasing ball, and that, deals with a problem in the game while still sort of retaining the interesting sides. And more importantly, people look at it and they're like, oh yeah, like that's a really good idea. I wonder what this game is like as a result. And, you get to have a little bit of fun with that. I'd actually argue this has happened with Risk as well. I like Risk, but like Risk as a base game is not always the most enjoyable. It's kind of got things like the Kingmaker problem, and it maybe goes on a little bit too long. So you'll notice that there have been some reimaginings of Risk, and they are actually, I think, significantly better than the base game. So you still retain the feeling of Risk, but they've introduced a few things to maybe make the game a little bit more enjoyable for everybody involved. But the big example here for Crypt of the Necrodancer, and the more you play it, the more you sort of realize this, is that it definitely feels like it's made by somebody who enjoyed Rogue and said, but it's a little bit weird that I'm playing this dungeon crawler, and I could get up from my keyboard, and I could like make dinner, and I could watch, I don't know, Game of Thrones or something. As you can tell, I don't keep... No, Succession. There you go. That's a... I'm modern. I'm with it. But yeah, no, like, you can make dinner, play with the kids, watch a TV show, and then come back, and then you can take your next turn, and then you can go off. And so in the case of Diablo, their answer is to make it a real-time game, but the game is very, like, if you play Diablo, it is quite different from Rogue at that point. And so in this case, you're adding something of a timer in the case of Crypt of the Necrodancer. And whether he sort of had this insight, or somebody had the insight, that it kind of looks like the character is dancing, or maybe just somebody put some music to it. Whatever the cause was, Crypt of the Necrodancer now has not just this roguelike element, and I mean very specifically, it is a game like the original Rogue, but it now has this rhythm component to it. And what you can do is you can get a multiplier, like things get better for you if you move your character to the beat. Yes, that's the one that I've played, Aegis. That was actually the one I was thinking of. So anyways, that was a long introduction to it. But I mean, I think this is one of the things that Brace Yourself is very good at doing, actually, is being able to identify games that have very good fundamentals, but being able to wring out that thing that you always wished was in the game, but you could never vocalize. And so in this case, I'm going to show you the game that sort of inspired the pinball game that we were just playing. So you can see I got hit there, and it took me off the beat. So one of the things you'll notice is that each of the enemies have their own little movement patterns. It's actually the thing that I struggle with the most in the game, is being able to properly identify their movements. Oh boy. So you can see with those skeletons, when they raise their hands, that means they're about to move. I always feel bad about these green slimes because they're just sitting there enjoying their little dance, and then I come along and beat them up for money. So I gotta try and find a way to recover some of that health. But the thing is, like, when you play Rogue, sometimes you do actually move around the room in a weird way, so that... By the way, I just got a different weapon. Okay. I don't know if I want to buy any of these. See all items. What's the wood log in the previous room? It's actually a barrel. So I could use a bomb to blow up the barrel. Actually, you know what? We're getting close to the end of the song. I'm going to buy a few more items for myself. Okay, the red's definitely indicating problems, so I probably have screwed myself here, but let's... So sorry I can't show you the barrel. You can see there's cheese inside of it. Oh, we almost got it. Now this is such a good song. Like, I really like the swing beat to this. So I do like the broadsword. Or Milady sword, if I want to be politically correct. I'm gonna get the money, but I want to replace the weapon. Ooh, the spear is pretty good, too. We'll skip it. Sorry, Jared, I see you're making probably a very important point, and I cannot appreciate it because I am gonna die if I don't. Oh, I don't want the gold whip. It's nice, but... Oop. Damn it! So the monocle's actually quite good at helping you identify the... So I can't remember what the blood versions of things do. Dig anything but take damage. Yeah, I'm not doing that. 2 damage spear is pretty good. Screw it. I don't think there's anything else for me here, so... Although, what do I do with this shrine again? Oh, hang on, there's stuff down below here. Use items, gain health. Not happening. There's a reason why we got this spear. So normally you have to look for a kind of a glint with those. Okay, let me just catch up with this. Okay, you really like the Guitar Hero game system and riff. When Marlon showed it to me, I guess close to 2 years ago, I was like, dang, this is very clever. Yeah, I still don't know anything about Rift, other than, you know, what's been made public, but Marlon's a smart guy. I think, well, everybody there is smart, so... But yeah, it's, so you just, that barrel, or the thing you call a log was actually a barrel. You can actually knock them over and, like, push them into people, but you can use them like a bomb. You can use a bomb near them to get the item inside. But yeah, but I think the video game market back when Crypt came out was much easier. True, yeah. I mean, it's very difficult because, like, I know one perception I've definitely gotten, and I know you're going to have a different view of this because you've done very well, and I know your background is from accounting. But I have noticed if you have too unconventional of an opinion and you're an outsider, people are very quick to dismiss the view in a way that I don't necessarily think that they should. And I do sometimes wonder when people talk about the difficulty of making games now, how much of that is a problem of, like, yes, it's just harder to make a game, like, full stop, by any reasonable measure. And I mean, this is the problem, right? It is quite difficult to measure these sorts of things. I know people look at the number of releases that are coming out, but the thing is like, if I'm making Rift of the Necrodancer, and let's say 60% of the new releases are pornographic visual novels, that's not my competition. If it's a rhythm-based, indie, if it's something with sort of this nice hand-drawn cartoonish style, if it's, I don't know, an incumbent indie that's releasing around the same time, that's probably a more reasonable statement. So like if Supergiant, let's say, releases something, Hades 2 comes out around the same time as Rift of the Necrodancer, even then there's quite a bit of difference between what those two games, but I would think it probably would be more appropriate to consider like Supergiant and Brace Yourself as being peers, rather than just looking at this absolute number of games that are being released. Because the important thing to look at when it comes to the number of games being released is that this is a function of the cost of developing games going down. So in one sense, I mean, essentially your job, I suspect, is actually very difficult now because everybody's got something to sell. This is something that I actually have a lot of difficulty with because I don't have a particular interest in being a product. And yet I realize it's actually very important to sort of establish this personal brand in order to be able to make points. Like, I like writing a lot, and I think some of the stuff that I've written probably is better than the audience it has been reaching. I don't lose any sleep over the fact that my stuff hasn't been read as much, because I also understand, to do so, I probably would need to be more established as a quote unquote name. And again, that would mean more scrutiny when I make claims like this, when I say, I do understand that it is definitely more difficult in some ways, but I do sometimes wonder specifically what form that difficulty takes. Because I think it's also very true that since Crypt of the Necrodancer was released, and of course Crypt of the Necrodancer, from what I understand, I don't think it was a completely original engine. I think they were building off of something. But I think it would be fair to say the tools that people have available and what is enabled by those tools is quite a bit bigger, right? You can do more with them. And so the hope would be that the time it takes to produce a game is smaller or shorter, which should translate to the cost of making a comparable game is shorter, which as a consequence should mean that the risk for the project goes down because ultimately you need to make less even if the environment is more competitive. But, again, I've lost count of the number of Twitter threads I've seen of people making an excellent game, like something that to all appearances seems to have been a very high quality thing and just completely failing to find their audience. So it's a tough one. Like, to me, it's very much an open question. But no, I see. I don't want to push back too much against what you're saying. But yeah, no, it's hard to. It's definitely hard to see. Like, I put it to you this way: I think Crypt of the Necrodancer today could still do well, whether or not it becomes this, the Brace Yourself becomes the house that the Necrodancer built. I have no idea. I don't think anybody can really predict that. But my heretical opinion is that every indie success that has, like, everybody considers obviously good, like Stardew Valley or Dwarf Fortress, anything like that, every single one of those games actually contains the elements that people would have criticized it for. So like Stardew Valley, obviously a bad idea because that's a console experience and you're trying to bring a console experience to a PC. If that game had failed, people would be like, well, of course it failed. You need to put something like that on the Switch or whatever the console would have been at that time. Except that it turns out that people actually really wanted that experience on a PC, and it actually turned out to be, an amazingly successful game. Dwarf Fortress, okay? Everybody, quote unquote, knew that was going to be successful. And look, I mean, I wouldn't personally bet against Dwarf Fortress, But had the game not done as well as it did, people would have been saying, oh, well, you know, they came onto Steam too late. There are too many games that were inspired by it, which are available and more established, and they're competing with a free version of themselves. The difficulty whenever trying to come up with these predictions or whenever trying to come up with these forecasts is that it's very easy to diagnose these things after the fact. But I think the really important thing is when it comes down to these creative products, nobody really knows. You can play the odds, but it's very difficult to actually sit down and from first principles reason why a particular game will or will not succeed. Often, I know we've talked about this before, where people sort of do sort of like GIFs of their game and see which ones get responses, and that's sort of like the first gate. And I know like EA does that a lot with their games. There's tons of games that are developed at EA that we'll never hear about because they don't pass their milestones. But yeah, your example is a game like Cult of the Lamb did ridiculously well for the budget size and was probably the second best indie seller in 2022. But in Steam's bestseller, it was alongside PC ports, God of War, Spider-Man, Persona 5. Yeah, well, definitely there's two tracks. Actually, it's kind of funny. I get a lot of people who say, oh, I only play indies now. And I'm like, the modern stuff is really good. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Although again, like if your revealed preferences are such that you don't buy AAA games, I do tend to notice. So the thing I found most interesting is that I went into the Steam, like the thing where you get to play around with the algorithm, and I actually found 5 different games by developers who complained that Steam was not giving them enough exposure. Steam actually recommended them to me, both in my recommendation list, but also when I was playing around with the parameters of the recommendation system. And that was very educational for me, is that at least my experience of Steam is that it does a fairly good job of identifying my preferences. But I do agree with you that if people are going onto Steam with what the prior expectation was, that essentially showing up is giving you access to an audience. Like in the end, you are still paying for the audience on Steam, but so is everybody else. And so ultimately, I think the problem here is that I suspect people are probably underinvesting, or at the very least not efficiently investing the time and money into getting the word out about their game. And I have nothing but sympathy with that, because I was trying to help somebody out with a project, and they put concentrated effort to try and get the word out, and it was essentially like they just set fire to the money. So it's a tricky one. And again, like obviously everything that I've just said here, I realize it's kind of just been an exchange between me and Jared. Everything that I've just said here is bracketed with the fact that I am an outsider who is trying to give as good of an inference as I can based on what I'm seeing, you know, either from what developers have published or what my individual experience as a player is. You know, I'm trying to draw an inference from what I see in here. Clearly, Jared is speaking from a few years of experience now on obviously successful titles. So I'm as much as I'm trying to engage without being too I don't know, too commanding in terms of my my own views. All right. Oop. Damn it. Do you know what they call a Minotaur in the Soviet Union? Oops.
Death metal.
Didn't mean to do that. I gotta get around that shield somehow, I think. Oh, crap. I did not mean to throw that spear.
Dad was always coming and going on his adventures. But this time he seemed more excited. He said he'd found it, some great treasure. When I was older, I found the notes he left behind. Directions to a graveyard. Uncle Eli tried to stop me. But Dad had been gone for 2 years. I had to find him.
So yeah, I see your point to that. Orator. Yes, you got it. You got it, Aegis. Yeah, so this is the thing that interests me, Jared, because I say this purely as an outside observer. EA Origin, Ubisoft, all of those things still stick around, but obviously Steam's changed the revenue split in such a way that it's sort of economically viable for them to come back. But I, for myself, would never have expected. I never would have expected like the indie space. So the big concern I would have thought indies would have would be a large studio essentially announcing a big project, which sort of sucks out all the oxygen for any indie marketing. Whereas what you're describing to me is essentially people who would have maybe bought Hades now are buying The Division 2 or, take your pick. I'm playing Dead Space remake instead of, Cult of the Lamb or something like that. So is your experience of this it's actually different, that people who would be playing indies are moving into AAA? Because that's really interesting if so. Because I'd always sort of a thought that the comparative advantage of the indie is essentially that it's giving you something that you can't get, a little bit like independent film. But if that's not how people are responding, that may explain why indies, to a certain extent, don't always seem to be as innovative as they once might have been. Not exactly that, but it's just limited spots on the Steam front page. Right. Okay. I'm going to go until I die, because I think we're at like 4 hours now. I think I can knock away the shields. God, I suck. I'm bad at this game. For some reason, I also thought I was doing all zones mode, but clearly not. Could have been a little more thoughtful about how I handled that armadillo. Well, that was that. For the top carousel are pulled from current top sellers, so you're just directly competing with all the other games just to get there, and your perspective is also unique since you work for a relatively big company that's not just aiming for moderate success with releases. Yeah, actually, this may be... How many of you people know that Devolver is actually a publicly traded company? It's a weird one, because I believe, unless you are based in the UK, you can't actually see their financial statements. I'm sure Jared can, but, yeah, they're, I mean, I think Devolver's been very good at building its brand. I think publicly Devolver has said that they don't have like a Devolver quote unquote game. Like they just look for good games, but I think everybody kind of has an idea of what a Devolver game looks like. And it's one that travels very well, marketing wise. It's one that people tend to talk a lot about. But a conversation for another time. But I hope some of you appreciated appreciated makes me sound like you all need to know how good you've got it. I hope this is a fun little digression to sort of see what, I mean, essentially kind of the things that help build the games that we've been enjoying. Crypt of the Necrodancer was a very successful independent game. I believe it's enjoying its 8th birthday now. And it's it's a game that's still getting updates. So Synchrony is the most recent DLC. At some point I'll get it, but I still need to beat the base game. And, the success of Crypt of the Necrodancer led to Cadence of Hyrule. It led to Industries of Titan. It allowed, Brace Yourself to acquire Tetragon Works. And of course, there's all the other projects which are being worked on that I am not privy to. Jared, what's your favorite unreleased or unannounced Brace Yourself project that you're looking forward to now? But yeah, obviously this is a game that's still popular enough to merit Zen Studios making a pinball table for their pinball game, Pinball FX. So and I hope just taking a look at how the game works. Like I don't just like the pinball table on its own. I actually think it's a fairly good adaptation of the video game. Obviously one that I struggle with and I'm never ever going to get to the end of. I think it's actually quite a good adaptation of Crypt of the Necrodancer in addition to being a good pinball table. So make of that what you will, but you've all been very patient with me. I really need to get some rest. It's already 1 o'clock here. Now somebody is listed as doing Phantom Brigade, but it actually looks like they're playing a Nintendo game. So I want to see who else might be broadcasting tonight. Do we have anybody doing Industries of Titan by any chance? Sadly, no. So I think I am going to leave you in the capable hands of Wilshand. Wilshand is a Vancouver-based broadcaster. He's somebody I've kind of known for a while. I don't know him as well as some of the other people that I raid, but he's got sort of a fun, very different atmosphere. He tends to play a lot of sort of bottom of the list sort of indie horror games, and sometimes there's some real gems that he finds, and sometimes there are some very unusual games that he plays. But he's got a unique atmosphere, and he does tend to stream rather late, so he's a bit of a safe bet. To pass on. And also, sorry, I should follow up with Jared's comment. So, pull directly competing all other games. Your perspective is also unique. And the caveat is that with most of the entire PC market being on Steam now, it probably brings more people onto the Steam platform who are potential customers for indies and for everyone. Yes, the network effects are something that, and like I said, this is the big challenge, right? Is like when I'm trying to make an already controversial point and also layer on a few more of the other caveats, it can be very hard to try and convince people. But you're right. And this would be a wonderful conversation to have at some point. If you are ever free, we definitely should have it, because I am always fascinated by your point of view, and I know you come with it with a lot of talent and experience. But for the rest of you, thank you very much for watching. Just a reminder, I'll not be streaming next week because I'll be at the local game dev meetup, but I will be back Friday. I will see you then. Have a great night.